First of all, let me thank all of you that you are here. I see that we already have also some participants in the online format, in the online session, let's say. So first I'll give the floor for short welcoming remarks to Mr. Vekoslav Bratic, Director of the Institute of Public Finance, our host here in Zagreb. Vekoslav.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I'm Vekoslav Bratic from Institute of Public Finance, and it is my pleasure and an honor to welcome you all in person and online to the first policy forum, Anti-Corruption and Good Governance in Southeast Europe towards Innovative Public-Private Partnership Solutions, organized by the Center for the Study of Democracy, Institute of Public Finance, and other members of the Regional Good Governance Public-Private Partnership Platform. First of all, I'm using this opportunity to thank our donor, EEA and Norway Grants Fund for Regional Cooperation, for their support. I'm especially happy to welcome our esteemed colleagues, Ambassador Håkon Blankenborg from Embassy of Norway in Croatia, Ognjan Zlatev, Head of the European Commission representation in Croatia, Nora Maxen from the EEA and Norway Grants, and our keynote speaker, Daniel Freund, member of the European Parliament, as well as all other panelists. This policy forum is organized within the project implementing shared anti-corruption and good governance solutions in Southeast Europe, innovative practices and public-private partnerships. The Institute of Public Finance, as a project partner, has been conducting research for many years of this field and similar topics, such as shadow economy, unregistered labor, government transparency, and accountability. The Institute will continue to be active in these fields in the future as well, because it is necessary to raise public awareness of the existence of serious problems caused by corruption and to implement the necessary structural reforms. I hope that this gathering of experts and professionals and the exchange of views might raise awareness of the importance of this topic and contribute to better policy options in the region. I wish us all a successful policy forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Vekoslav. Let me also welcome you on behalf of my organization, Center for the Study of Democracy from Bulgaria. Today we'll speak about public-private partnership and how it could facilitate good governance reforms in Southeastern Europe. And I would say that this is just the right time to speak about this, because as you know, main democratic institutions, but also the main principles of democracy are, I would say, under serious attack right now in the whole Europe, but especially in our region. This attack comes from both adversary totalitarian states, but also from forces, anti-democratic, anti-EU forces within our countries. And these forces are using both corruption, state capture mechanisms, deficits in the governance that we have in our countries, together with disinformation and propaganda to undermine the EU unity, which is so needed in this moment. So saying this, I want to wish very fruitful discussion of today's forum. And last but not least, I want to thank very much to our colleagues from the Institute of Public Finance for the organization of this event, and of our donor, the Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway grants, for supporting our efforts. And it's my pleasure in this case to invite His Excellency Mr. The Ambassador Blankenborg to say a few words for welcoming.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Teams was good, so maybe we met at an earlier stage, I don't know. But this is much better, even though now we are in a hybrid situation. So thank you for the invitation. Thank you also to the Institute for Public Finance here in Zagreb, and of course to the Center for Study of Democracy, with whom we have cooperated for a long period. And it takes me a special pleasure to welcome you, not to Zagreb, that's done by the Croats, but to this workshop, to call it that, to this forum. Not only because the topics are so topical, as was said in these times of Europe. It's challenging times for Europe. We are facing aggression from outside, and that's creating problems from within in all countries. We have to build resilience all over, and resilience, one of the key factors for resilience is trust and accountability. We need to build societies built on trust and accountability. That's a basic European value. In public sector and in private sector alike. And transformation, we are in the middle of deep transformations all over Europe. The green transformation, everything is transforming. Transformation has to be fair and has to be trusted. So what you are doing, what you are focusing on is the key element, not only for European values, but what Europe needs. And I also would underline that you are focusing on this across borders and boundaries. Across one extremely important boundary, the EU, non-EU. We are Europe together, and the same values should apply everywhere. So let me just underline how grateful I am that you focus on this cross-border, cross-boundary philosophy with 10 countries, irrespective EU, non-EU. And this I can say as a representative of Norway, a non-EU country, but trying to work with the EU and EU countries as much as possible for common European values. And you are implementing these values in practice. So I wish you all every success on this forum and in the future work of this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Blankenborg. Mr. Ognjan Zlatev, who is head of the European Commission representation in Croatia. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning also from my side. In the beginning, I would like to thank so much the Center for Study of Democracy, with whom I also have the privilege to cooperate for now, I can say, decades in my life before the European Commission. And also, of course, with the Institute for Public Finances, who is a trusted partner of the European Commission here in Zagreb. Of course, I'm also one of the, how to say, people that remembers when the program, which is financed by the grants coming from Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein, started in our region, also quite a few decades ago, and the impact they have, especially for the work of the civil society organizations across the region, and especially in initiatives like this that are actually about enhancing and spreading the values that Ambassador Blankenborg just mentioned. We, as the European Commission, put the fight against corruption as among our top priorities. And I'd like to quote the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, who in her last year's speech, State of the Union, said that corruption is not just taxpayers' money stolen. It is investors scared of, big favors bought by big money, and democracy undermined by the powerful. It is true that now, being in Zagreb, in Croatia, as part of the European Union, we are one of the least corrupted regions in the world. However, none of our 27 member states and our friends and neighbors is fully free from corruption. So corruption is a major security threat with a direct impact on our citizens. So both the repression of corruption as well as the prevention of corruption are crucial in these regards. To achieve prevention, the creation of a culture of integrity is crucial across the whole continent. So we as an institution monitor these anti-corruption aspects more closely in our annual reports in a framework of an intensive dialogue. You know that since 2 years ago actually, the Commission introduced a new mechanism, a new tool, which is called the rule of law. And each year it publishes its new edition. So in this year's edition of the Rule of Law report, which is due in about 1 month's time, we will also include for the first time recommendations for each member state, which recommendations should help foster the fight against corruption and creating and enhancing and promoting this culture of integrity. So with this, I would like to also join my colleagues here on the panel and wishing a very fruitful and productive discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zlatev. The next one is Ms. Nora Messen from the and Norway grants. I would like to say that both CSD and all the project partners are very grateful to them because they make actually our work possible. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. And esteemed partners, it's a pleasure to be with you today in a physical format, finally. My name is Nora Messen, and I work as a sector officer on global cooperation and inclusive and decent work in the Secretariat for the EEA and Norway grants. And it is a pleasure to be with you today to discuss one of the most pressing topics of our time, corruption and good governance. This topic is not only at the core of the grants, it is also a topic that is close to my own heart, because I have a professional background from justice and equality, and I'm born and raised in the donor country Norway, while also being half Hungarian. So I know that the challenges we are facing in Europe truly are shared, both within and across borders. On behalf of the donors of the grants, Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein, we in the Secretariat, we work for a more equal Europe, both socially and economically, in close partnership with bilateral and transnational actors. And we are proud supporters of the project that has gathered us today. Among the over 700 applications we received under the Fund for Regional Cooperation, this project was one of the 19 selected. So the high number of applications, it does not only say something about the urgent need for transnational cooperation in Europe, it says something about the quality of the 19 projects that were ultimately selected for funding. And with partners from 9 countries, many of them non-EEA countries that have been mentioned already, and a Norwegian expertise partner, this project is truly an initiative that works to find common solutions to shared challenges in Europe. Because we know that despite much progress, gaps in social and economic development persist. We see inequality, weakening of rule of law, and shrinking civic space. And the lack of public trust is also widespread across Europe. We see a Ukraine fighting for their freedom, but they are also fighting for our common values, our European values, where international law, democracy, and peaceful coexistence is what defines us. Strengthening European citizens' confidence in their government is crucial for inclusive and sustainable development. That is why good governance and rule of law are cross-cutting topics under all programs under the EEA and Norway grants. They are not only an element of sustainable development, but a prerequisite for sustainable development. Next week, Norway will start the negotiations with the EU on a new period of the EEA and Norway grants. The Foreign Minister of Norway has expressed that they will be firm on the stance concerning rule of law and democracy in the beneficiary states. Because Europe needs civil society organizations and judiciaries and journalists and researchers that can work independently of governments rather than being an extension of them. A guarantee of robust mechanisms that ensures this independence will therefore be crucial in the negotiations. Lastly, I want to thank everyone here for our partnership in defending and strengthening the shared values that we believe in and for the Europe that we believe in. It is more important than ever. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. And without any further delay, because we are just on time for now, I'm very delighted to pass the floor to Mr. Daniel Freund, who is our keynote speaker. Mr. Freund, as you know, is member of the European Parliament from the Greens Party and co-chair of the anti-corruption intergroup at the Parliament. So, Mr. Freund, the floor is yours. Just before that, to say for our participants in the online format that they will have also the chance to ask questions in the Q&A section, and I'll try to pass this question to the audience here. Okay, Mr. Freund, it's your turn.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad that I can be with you this morning, if only remotely, because we have plenary in the Parliament in Strasbourg. My name indeed is Daniel Freund. I'm a Green member of the European Parliament, and I have a long background in the fight against corruption. Before I was elected to the Parliament in 2019, I was with Transparency International for 5 years, and have looked at corruption issues in Europe for many years. And what I saw in this time is that if the EU wants, it can be a fantastic tool in the fight against corruption. If we look at the period between the collapse of the Soviet Union and when freedom came to Eastern Europe, and the moment that some of these countries joined the EU, we see that the transformation process that has taken place in the Baltic states, also in Poland and Hungary during this period, is among the fastest progress we have seen on institution building, democracy building, the fight against corruption, and a better functioning rule of law. So, as I said, if the EU wants, if it uses its tool right, it can really be a formidable tool. What we have also seen is that with the moment of accession, unfortunately, in many countries, the progress has slowed down or stopped, and in some countries, there is actually a backsliding now, where countries are regressing. And there is even a question, I would say, whether all 27 member states, if they would ask for accession to the EU today, would actually fully fulfill the accession criteria and could become members of the European Union. The most obvious two examples that I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on are obviously the countries of Hungary and Poland, where we have long-standing issues, where there's ongoing Article 7 procedures since 5 and 4 years, respectively, where there's a number of infringement procedures ongoing in both those member states. If we look at the case of Hungary first, what I find staggering is that if you look, if you ask people what are, some of the individuals, the entrepreneurs that have grown richest, the fastest in the world, people will probably come to think of Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or people like that. But we have in the EU actually people that have grown richer quicker. One of these examples is a guy called Lorenz Mecsaros, who was who was installing boilers just 12 years ago, and who is today the richest man in Hungary. And I think one of the reasons that Forbes magazine or other magazines are not putting Lorenz Mecsaros on their titles and try to explore what his entrepreneurial genius is. How did he make this happen? What was the invention? What did he contribute to business in Hungary that he could become so rich so quickly? Because very quickly you discover that the reason he has been able to pull this off is corruption, is his close relationship to his childhood friend Viktor Orban, and that they have basically established a system in Hungary where public tenders are to an astonishingly large share won by Metzaros and other close allies of Viktor Orban, that there is a system of kickback. So, for example, the construction companies of Metzaros that win public tenders, be it for highways or airports or building new schools with EU funds, that he then procures the construction materials from Orban's father, who probably runs the most profitable quarry in the entire EU, and that with that they funnel money, public money, including a lot of EU money, into their own pockets. But they also use this money, of course, to make sure that they don't lose political power. That they use this money to direct it to those that politically support them, that they use it to ensure that they don't lose in the elections. They use it to buy up media, for example, to make sure that almost the entire media landscape in Hungary is now under the control of Orban's allies, and make sure that the stories that they publish are all in favor of Orban. We've seen in Poland a development since 2015 where systematically the independence of the judiciary and the primacy of EU law has been undermined, where judges have been harassed, have been sent away, have been suspended, and where there have now been over 2,000 illegal appointments of judges, all with the rulings of the European Court of Justice and the European Court of Human Rights saying that what the Polish government is doing is illegal and is undermining the legal order of the EU, but to date with little very serious consequences. As I said, there is Article 7 procedures ongoing, so for the violation of fundamental values of the EU. But given that both countries are protecting each other with their veto, this tool has been incapacitated for years, and the procedures are basically not going anywhere. The Commission has launched a number of infringements before the courts, but either these infringements, once they are actually ruled on, are too late. We have, for example, the ruling on the Central European University that was kicked out with a specific law by the Hungarian government to make them leave the country. And when they, 2 years later, won in court on all accounts, well, they have left the country and are not coming back to Hungary. So even though the Orban government lost in court, they won on this in reality. And far too often that unfortunately is the case. And we even have rulings where there is now penalty payments from the ECJ. Polish government is paying €1.5 million per day currently in fines, which doesn't seem to distract the Polish government in the slightest. I was one of the MEPs that negotiated the so-called conditionality mechanism. So a year and a half ago, when we negotiated the next 7-year budget, the 750 billion euros in Corona funds, we attached a bill to that package that would allow the EU to freeze funds when member states violate the fundamental principles of the rule of law and when there is a risk for the EU budget. It took us over a year and a half after the entry into force of that law that the Commission now finally is using this. And a bit over a month ago, the Commission finally started the procedure against Hungary, but not against Poland, for example, and they have long mentioned those two cases in parallel. So the question remains how willing the Commission actually is to use these tools to the fullest. And I think we are a bit at a crossroads with the brutal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, by Putin. There is now a debate how seriously the rule of law can still be defended in a situation of war. And we have seen just a few days ago now that the European Commission has said that the Corona funds that have been held back for Poland, that there is now the intention to pay out this money. The Commission says, of course, that there is a number of milestones and that there will be reforms of the judiciary before any of this money will flow, but one has to see that even the conditions that the Commission itself had given since October last year, that that the disciplinary chamber would be abolished, that the judges that have been unlawfully sanctioned or dismissed are reinstated, and that there is a reform on the disciplinary system in Poland. And at least on the, there's already question marks whether there will be an actual abolishment of the disciplinary chamber or merely a rebranding exercise. Particularly on the question of reinstatement of judges, the Commission seems now to have given in, and that is no longer a precondition for the money to be paid out. So I think we are at a quite severe situation where we have to decide in Europe whether we still are willing to defend democracy, the rule of law, our most fundamental values of the Union against the dictators both on the outside. Putin invaded Ukraine because they want to be in the EU, because they want democracy, because they want the rule of law. But also those that are attacking it on the inside and are sliding away from democracy. And I obviously I advocate and I fight with everything I have in the European Parliament to make sure that we do not compromise on what I think the EU is really building. That we have common rules, that we respect, and that if there is dispute, we have a common court. We have the European Court of Justice that can then rule if there is disputes. But if we question that, if we question that we have common rules, if we question the application of the treaties, and particularly if we question the rulings of the European Court of Justice, particularly in the area of justice and independence of the judiciary, I think we are very dangerously undermining the very foundation of the Union, and thereby, then not being sure anymore whether EU funds that can be such a positive contribution to positive development are actually being misused, whether there is corruption, whether the money is going to the wrong places, not only being stolen, but even if money is rerouted, for example, only to those areas of the country that supports you politically, or only to those organizations that you share all the values with, then we have a severe problem in the Union. And I think the Union can only be credible as a defender of the rule of law and the fight against corruption in the entire world if we are doing our homework inside the Union and making sure that we do the best to fight corruption inside. Maybe so far from me, and I very much wish you a fruitful conversation and good workshops today to discuss all of this in more detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Freund. Yes, it's true that we are in a very severe and a situation right now. So I would ask if you have any immediate questions or remarks or comments, including from our online participants, to Mr. Freund. Until now, there are no from the room, also no. So thank you once again. When more than a year ago we started to discuss which are the critical sectors in our economies that are more vulnerable to corruption and bad governance. Of course, one of the major sectors that came in our minds then, back then, was energy. And as we can see from the recent developments, even the worst scenarios that we had then was, let's say, overcome by the reality. So without further delay, I want to invite our next presenter, Ms. Daniela Mineva, who is Senior Analyst at the Center for the Study of Democracy, to present some of the conclusions and findings of our recent report. So, Dani, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Just a moment, there is some problem with the mic, but we'll fix it. Yeah.
Thank you. Indeed, I will present one of our two major chapters in our good governance report. You can find printed versions in your folders. I hope that you'll have the time to take a look at, read all the details, since I will not be able to present all the cases or all of the technical details that are further analyzed in our analysis. So again, why analyze the energy sector? We took this decision even before the war in Ukraine. We have been monitoring this sector for quite some times. This sector is of critical importance since its status as natural monopoly. Also because of the social sensitivity of price increases, like the protest of the beginning of this year has shown us, and large investment in financial interests that are at play. Also, CSD has developed the state capture assessment diagnostics applied in Bulgaria and several of our partner countries. And again, through this tool, we also observe a high vulnerability to monopolization in the sector. However, at the same time, there are systematic governance problems. For example, lack of strategic planning, structural dependency of fossil fuels, especially the ones that are related to coal power plants, still continuing to be financed by Chinese funds and investments, focusing on large and non-sustainable projects. Restricting free competition, financial mismanagement, political appointments in the boards of the state-owned enterprises, public procurement corruption risks, which will be presented in more detail at the next by our colleagues from GTI, and dependency between, discrepancy between the European and national principles and practices. Here, just to put things into perspective, we have visualized the importance of EU funding, especially in the energy sector. As you can see, the Recovery and Resilience Facility funds till 2027, pillars 1 and 3 related to green transition and smart, sustainable and inclusive growth, vary between 2 and 3% of the 2020 GDP. The rest of the EU funding tools, such as the Just Transition Fund, REACT-EU, Horizon Europe, Connecting Europe Life, are also not negligible in terms of total amounts. The same is the situation in the Western Balkan countries. We have the Economic and Investment Plan for the Western Balkans, of which part are dedicated to the sector. We have IPA 3, where 5.9 billion euro will be dedicated specifically for the green agenda and sustainable connectivity. And on the chart, you can see some numbers related to the Western Balkan Investment Framework. These are the funding provided only in the energy-related projects since 2009, and they're a substantial part as a share of the GDP and the government expenditure of the related relevant countries. So in that regard, obviously the donor community also considers the sector important in terms of both infrastructure and improving its governance and financial management. But unfortunately, we observe a number of governance risks that are presented here at the slide. So let us take a look first at the legal setup, financial transparency, financial vulnerability, and political appointments. Here, in the legal area, we have a slightly better performance related to the EU member states. However, the problem is with implementation. For the Western Balkans, there are non-compliance with OECD guidelines on corporate governance. And in the whole region, we observe non-application in some cases of environmental impact assessments or labor laws. When such assessments are skipped, then some companies could lower the price of their public procurement offers, and in that way illegally circumvent the rules and win the contracts. In the financial transparency area, we observed publishing of partial financial information, long delay in disclosure of information on corporate deals. Here comes one example from Croatia. About 10 years ago, the contract for the purchase of the national oil producer INA was not disclosed for 10 months. To the Hungarian MOL was not disclosed for 10 months. And more recently, the repurchase back from the government was also not consulted and discussed in the public space. These energy state-owned enterprises are in high debts and low liquidity in terms of their short-term values of indicators, and they also deal with increased political dependence and partial bias of the regulatory bodies. Regarding the appointment procedure, we have cases in all of the countries related to political appointments. Let me give just one example from the country I come from Bulgaria. The past government appointed a number of their members from their political parties in the management boards of Bulgarian energy state-owned enterprises shortly before the election. After they lost the election, the new caretaker government removed these people, but and replaced them with new ones. However, this procedure was also done in transparent manner. And in this figure here, we have summarized the main concerns that are observed in all the 9 countries from the region, both EU member states and non-EU member states. And you can see that even if the financial transparency is somewhat better in some of the countries, the major concern here is related to the political independence of the enterprises, of the regulatory bodies, and with integrity. There are some solutions, however. For example, going public could help the energy sector state-owned enterprises to improve their transparency. This was the case in Romania of Romgaz and Hidroelectrica, also MVM Group in Hungary became public and started publishing their financial data more transparently. This, however, will not solve the rest of the problems I mentioned. We have been informed that here in Croatia, allegedly, political party board members in state-owned enterprises are unofficially obliged to devote part of their salary to the party funds. And another issue that persists, as I mentioned, is the consistent financing and continuing of coal power plants and this fossil fuel dependency that exists in the region. This is done including through Chinese support. Some governments try to solve the debt and the financial problems of these not so well performing state-owned enterprises. For example, the writing off or the forgiving the debt of Serbia Gas amounting to 1.2 billion euro in 2020. However, even if the debt situation looks good, you can see on the left chart here, if it's under 1, this means that the company can cover their debts with their current assets. The short-term problems related to the current ratio and this is the ratio between liabilities and assets persists, and it doesn't allow for the taking of long-term strategic decisions such as improving the infrastructure or the efficiency of the management of the enterprises. So in short, to summarize, we have this vicious circle. We have regulated prices. A lot of governments are trying to keep the energy prices low in order to win elections. This happened in 2013 in Hungary in order for Viktor Orban to win the election in 2014. This has also happened in Bulgaria and in other countries. So in order to keep the prices low, the government provides subsidies. These subsidies come from the well-performing and efficient enterprises and are given to the not so well-performing enterprises. This reinstates a culture of weak financial discipline, excessive staff size, and over-generous remuneration in the non-sustainable public companies. Let me get back to the fifth problem I mentioned. The public procurement is a big red flag, not only in the energy sector, but in all sectors, as our colleagues from GTI will further explain. Problems are observed at all stages, before the selection procedure, during the selection procedure, and after the selection procedure. I will not read all the red flags that you can see here at the slide, but as I mentioned, omitting social and environmental risk artificially lowers the project costs and allows some companies to win the procurements. And we also observe, specifically in the energy sector, several cases when if the preferred or politically connected company doesn't win the procurement, the tender is annulled or their competitors are disqualified. So what is the way forward? First, we need to better safeguard the public procurement integrity through stronger monitoring, through the use of red flags, big data, interconnecting all the available registers electronically. This will allow not just better monitoring and risk analysis from the public authorities, but if the information is public, the civil society and investigative journalists could also help. Then we need to discontinue the COVID-19 emergency procurement rule by reversing them to the situation before COVID. And third, we need to improve the management of energy sector, state-owned enterprises, by following the best international standards, such as the OECD guidelines. So thank you very much for the attention. I hope that I stayed on time.
Perfectly on time. Thank you very much, Daniela. I want to ask you for any immediate questions, short questions now, while we'll have more time for a longer discussion at the end of this panel after all the presenters. And I'm using the opportunity to say that we have already, it's not a question, it's rather a short comment in the online session from, I guess, Mr. Stanic. That when we talk about corruption, it's important that we investigate it in local areas and not only have a knowledge of formal reports, as he said. I fully agree with this comment. Actually, some of the examples that Daniela mentioned and a lot more you can find in the report coming from different have been collected by different tools and methods. Some of them quite innovative, I would say, that are looking at the practical examples of corruption and state capture through different methods for collecting this information and for assessment of the findings. And while some others, like the use of big data analytics that will be further explained in a while by our colleagues Ben Todd from Government Transparency Initiative, have been done in a way that we certainly would advise that the government in our region and in Europe as a whole are using more these possibilities that exist for analysis and for increasing transparency of public spending. Any questions or comments from the room? Yes? I would like just to ask you if, first of all, to introduce briefly yourself and then to ask or comment. Yeah?
Hello, I'm Ismar Milak. I'm coming from Sarajevo, from the Citizen Association Seldi.net. I think this is a very important topic, especially coming from Bosnia, where we have large investments into the Bosnian energy sector, especially the coal mines. Maybe somebody heard about it. The Chinese government was trying to finance the construction of additional blocks of coal mines in Tuzla area on the north of Bosnia, which could stall the EU accession of Bosnia, because the equipment that would be installed is against the EU regulations, and that really is a subject, especially for the countries of Western Balkans, that should be, well, at least monitored by the EU. And the EU energy community also condemned this, making the federal government bail out from this investment. But after a multi-year and huge pressures, also the government of Federation of Bosnia, half of Bosnia, yesterday adopted the law on electric energy, which finally banned construction of small hydropower plants. That was like a multi-year endeavor of many local NGOs that I also took part in, and I saw live what was happening in that sector, especially with government incentives, because when we are paying the electricity, we are also paying the incentives for, it's called renewable energy. And the lack of rule of law in Bosnia made it just wild with construction of these small hydropower plants. But also there was one very interesting moment that European investors are teaming up with Bosnian politicians or former politicians, very corrupted politicians that are not part of the government anymore, but are well known for their corruption. They own now companies that are producing the parts for hydropower plants, and we have a lot of investors from the EU actually taking part into this together with them, taking the government incentives from Bosnia. And I think this is a very important issue, especially for countries like Bosnia on the road to the EU. This was just a comment to emphasize the importance of this issue.
Thank you very much. It's true. It's one of the most important things, and I would say most important deficits in the governance deficits that exist in some of our countries. So the possibility for foreign investors, sometimes coming from countries that do not comply with the European, not only rules, but also the common European values. They use the investments to lock in our governments and our countries in unfavorable, I would say, deals. And very often these deals have been have been done in corruptive way. We did have the same experience in Bulgaria, unfortunately, for many years. This is what we observed now in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Montenegro also, and in other countries here in the region. So the role of civil society and independent experts in this case in uncovering what and investigating what actually happened behind the scene is very important, not at the last place because, as you said, some of these investments are violating directly the European rules and standards, and they are in a way undermining the possibility for a common European future of these countries. So I don't see any other comments online or questions from the participants here in the room. No. Then let me pass the floor to our second presenter, Mr. Ben Todt from the Government Transparency Initiative Institute from Hungary, who give us some more details on the findings and conclusions from, particularly from the analysis of public procurement integrity, let's say, in the countries in Southeastern Europe. So, Mr. Todt, just a moment to set up the presentation. Works now.
Okay.
Okay, the floor is yours.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is indeed Ben Todt, and I'm from the Government Transparency Institute. Actually, our institute is very much focusing on collecting public procurement data in general across the globe. So, we collect now contract level data from more than 50 countries. And in this particular project, we were helping out with that as well. So both collecting data on it and analyzing it, and with not only focusing on understanding corruption risk per se, but also in general informing better policies around public procurement contracting. But now I just want to highlight a couple of interesting figures that were included in the report that you can all see that are based on contract level procurement data. So these were about spending concentration changes due to COVID regulations. So first I just want to highlight a couple of changes that happened in procurement regulations that are due to the pandemic, and then I have two specific examples of how buyer dependence changed in this sector and how spending concentration changed. So I think what's kind of important to see, to have a step back and understand the kind of high level how public procurement regulation works is that basically in peacetime at least, it is really, regulation is about the balance of how much discretion we give to public buyers so that they can decide who they want to contract and how they want to go about their tendering process, how they want to manage their contracts on one hand, and on the other hand, we also prescribe, these regulations and decrees, and like it's an insanely complicated legal matter. So we have all sorts of procedural rules that we prescribe so that certain rules are followed, that with the idea that this would ensure some sort of competition taking place. And of course, this whole set of procedural rules are trying to tackle the fact that not all public buyers are equal, in a sense that some public buyers are more dexterous in organizing their procurement contracts, others are not so much. So if we have kind of a set of rules, it will help making competition work in all sorts of settings. So it's creating a level playing field, and of course, we also think that without these rules, favoritism would take place on these markets way more. So this is kind of a mechanism against that happening. However, the problem with these complex procedural rules is that they are very costly. So they are really not efficient, so to say, because we just impose plenty of formalities. And that's why we have exceptions. And COVID is exactly one of these exceptional moments where governments really had to reconfigure how they want to go about regulating their public tendering procedures. And these are a couple of examples of how governments and even the EU was introducing new, more relaxed rules on contracting. So what you see here is a couple of concrete cases. So like the EU directives allowed to have a minimum number of advertisement period of 15 days instead of 35 days for open procedures. In Romania, they introduced a specific measure that allowed this sort of emergency procurement for medical supplies that are related to COVID to go about without any publication requirements, no time limits, no minimum number of candidates invited, etc. In Croatia, there was also a regulation that allowed for direct agreements to take place. Of course, there is plenty of ambiguity around, like, okay, what are really the products that can go through with these relaxed rules? But anyway, the question is that, okay, we have these rules that were really kind of inevitable. I think it's really hard to argue against these, at least at the time. I mean, in the beginning of the pandemic. And then the question is that, okay, so these definitely help to buy the protective gears, etc. But is there any like long-term or longer-term adverse effects of this? And in the next two examples, I want to showcase just two indicators that we calculated that, well, first of all, highlight how powerful statistics you can generate from contract level procurement data that is often not, or it certainly wasn't really available a couple of years ago in the quality that is available now. And also, I think these are nice examples of how easily you can get a feel to how procurement markets change due to regulatory changes. And of course, just a disclaimer, like, okay, these are the biggest regulatory changes, but there are also other changes going on. So like the spending structure changed in the government. So there are many other effects going on that would change the indicator values that I'm about to present. So the first one is buyer dependence. This graph just shows an example that hopefully help you understand what this is. So basically what we can calculate with contract level data is that what is the share of each company that are awarded per buyers. So what is the total share of contracts that they are getting? So for example, here for buyer A, the biggest supplier of buyer A is company A, getting 40% of the total expenditure in a given time period. For buyer B, it's again company A winning 60% of the total spending. So we can have a very trivial indicator of, okay, buyer dependence is 40% in buyer A, buyer B. For buyer B, it's 60%, and we can calculate this statistics for all buyers. And the idea behind this is that obviously some sort of, I don't know, 10% or 15% doesn't look risky, but we have plenty of evidence from case studies and also like with statistical analysis, if we cross-check that, like how higher share of buyer dependence, so like 50% of the biggest supplier getting all contracts, how biggest supplier getting 50% of the contracts are related to other risk factors such as no competition or like single bidding or non-competitive procedures or short advertisement periods. So there are plenty of evidence that there are risks that correlate with each other. So basically we could expect that if buyer concentration is high or it increases, then there might be something going on. And so what we calculated is we calculated this buyer concentration, the average buyer concentration for all buyers for all countries before COVID and after COVID, so after 2020 and before 2020, a couple of years. And what you see here is that a bit surprisingly, for Croatia, Bulgaria, Romania, and North Macedonia, we don't really see any big change. So, like a couple of percentage point change. But on the other hand, for Hungary, we see a 12% or more than 12% point increase, which means that, so if, let's say, the baseline was that 30%, the biggest suppliers per each buyer was like getting 30% of all buyer spending before COVID. Instead of 30%, now they are getting 42%. So this is just to highlight that, okay, with these very simple statistics, you can get like an insight that, okay, so there are buyers for which the concentration of spending just increased very significantly, and it's worth having a second look into those ones. And the other example is again around spending concentration, but from a slightly different angle. So basically what we did here is that we took all the companies that were winning more contracts in terms of contract value after COVID than before COVID. So these are sort of the winners of COVID spending or of increased COVID spending. And this is only looking at healthcare sector. Okay, so, and the previous one was also only healthcare sector, just to be clear on that. And then we can rank these companies according to how much more they were winning. And so some companies only won like, I don't know, a few thousand euros more, but the far end was winning million euros more contracts after COVID. And then we, put them into quantiles, so like 5 different groups. Group 1 being those companies that only won just slightly more, and group 5 are the ones that had the biggest increase in their total procurement, in their extra procurement revenue after COVID. And then on the vertical axis, what you can see is what is the share of each group from this total, from this additional revenue. And what you see here is that the top 20% of companies, so group 5, were getting more than 90% of all the additional funding in each country. So this is some very extreme concentration. Basically, it says that there are just only a few companies winning these high amounts. And of course here, the number of companies behind each column can differ. It depends on each country. So in Hungary, maybe it's like 50 companies in the top 20. In Bulgaria, maybe it's 70. So we looked into more what's going on in that high-end, high earners group by just looking at the top 5 companies. And what you see here is the share of total extra funds going to the top 5 companies from the total extra funds. So basically in Bulgaria, it's only 5 companies winning almost 70% of all the extra expenditure that went out after COVID during compared to just before COVID period. In Croatia, it's almost 60%. In Hungary, it's more than 50%. in North Macedonia it's 46, in Romania it's somewhat less. So this is, again, it doesn't prove anything per se, but it just shows that there is some quite extreme concentration in terms of who are the companies that are benefiting the most in terms of increased public spending, and it makes sense to look into more detail on these ones. So I think these are the examples that I wanted to just showcase, just to have kind of a feel to it, that's like what you can do with procurement data.
Thank you very much, Benz. It's really interesting, and what I can say is that for many years, many of us actually have been arguing with both the national governments and the regulatory institutions and the EU institutions that this kind of analytics should be done by the institutions themselves, not by experts and civil society, because this is the way how the big data can help the governments and the institutions to take right decisions and to exert stricter control over the public spending in this case. Any questions or comments on this? Yes, please.
So, nice presentation. Daniel Bellinger here from the National Integrity Agency in Romania. Please let me know what was the source of the data you have processed. And the second question is, do you think that the upcoming two-digit inflation will bring an extra corruption risk to the public procurement sector?
The data source was the official
public data,
yeah.
Okay.
So basically what we do is that there is some sort of publicly available data, but it's not really structured in a way that it's comparable. So we try to standardize it, put it into one data set, and so yeah, we restructure it.
I thought that you find like something like a big database where you could find like the data for all the companies and all the data you have shared to us. So
yeah, this is not, so the company data is coming from the procurement data. So these are based on procurement records, so published contract awards and call for tender documents largely. And I think in Romania there is a structured data publication. Sorry, this is super technical, but so that's what we reprocess basically.
Okay, thank you. And the second question was is that if you think that the two-digit inflation that is coming up, because in Romania right now it's above 10%, do you think it will bring like an extra risk for the public procurement sector? What do you think?
In what channel?
Sorry?
In what channel do you think it would bring extra risks?
I know from the perspective
I think
that the way
it just introduces more uncertainty. So it would, so like as a baseline, you would expect that it would inflate prices because like most or many public contracts are not just for 1 month but these are longer contracts, especially construction contracts. And to hedge against future price increases, it will definitely lead to higher prices in the short run already. I think I can only see that what buyers would be incentivized to do is to contract with suppliers that they trust. So it might trigger more favoritism because most probably what the inflation will cause is that public budgets are less flexible. So basically everyone will have to operate with a very tight budget. And so they want to contract with someone that is also able to work with tight budgets.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think, trust will be an issue there, but so that might trigger some extra favoritism through that channel that's their interest.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I may jump in here, In some of the countries, actually, the answer of the governments to the inflation and the expected rise of the inflation is actually more spending, especially of European monies. So this more spending means, in most of the cases, means more procurement. So spending through procurement, and it means that if there are these relaxed rules, because as I know in some of the countries they're still in place, if there are gaps in the control and regulatory mechanisms that exist in these countries, more spending will mean also more vulnerabilities to all these example cases like government favoritism, like buyer dependence, and so on. And just to turn back to the comment that was in the online panel before that, in many cases we observed, for example, on a very local base, particularly in municipalities, we observed cases when a small company is, at least this is evident in our analysis for Bulgaria, but I guess it's the same in the other countries. When a small local company is I would say, the favorite supplier of all the type of services to the municipality. So it's building roads, it's building kindergartens, it supply food to the schools, it offers, it supply fuels to the municipality, and so on and so on. So at the end, you have this type of buyers concentration that Ben's showed in one of the slides, and at the end you have also a company which obviously is not specialized in any of in any main economic activity, but is covering all the activities, which the normal business logic says it's not possible. If we don't have in place strict control mechanisms, if we don't have in place fact-based regulations and fact-based mechanisms based on data like these ones that Ben showed, then it's not possible to fight against this kind of vulnerabilities, this kind of risk that exist. And as much money are spent publicly by the buyers, by public administrations as buyers, it means increasing all these vulnerabilities and risks. So in this case, in this way, the inflation could also increase the vulnerabilities and risk in public spending also, because of the more money that is expected to be spent as a instrument to fight inflation. Any other comments or questions? If they are not, then there is one more, please.
Hello everybody, my name is Aranita Brai, I came from Albania. In Albania we work in a project that it's Open Procurement Albania, and we try to assess all the data that have to do with procurement in health sector, and not only in the health sector. I would like to say just that the same picture is in Albania, not only in the health sector, but in civil works too. And the same discussion about the extension value of the contracts, it's now, and our parliamentary, it's in the process of producing a new law, a special law for extension of all contracts by 5 till 25% based in the risk that have to do with the price in the international markets. I don't know if other countries have such experience, but in the moment that this contract have a lot of concentration in big companies, big contractors or clients of the government, this is something that put us in a really high risk for public finance and for public trust in the government. So I would like in the future, why not to have some data for Albania in this kind of presentation. We will collaborate with great pleasure. And it's not a question, it's just a comment.
Thank you very much. That's really important. I can say, maybe Benz can say whether they have also data for Albania or whether they are planning to have this.
Well, we were waiting for quite some time to an official publication to come out. That never happened, but we should definitely chat about how to collaborate.
Now they publish every kind of data in their database. So they publish in open data format by some weeks. It's not something
Yeah.
But we collect a lot of data about procurement and we can collaborate.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this generous suggestion. Yeah, it should be a novelty because we also didn't know that you already have a database in which is publicly accessible, but this is great. And this is what many of us are trying to push the governments to do actually nationally, to be more transparent, to publish more data, particularly on public procurement. And we have been working for years on this, and we'll be very happy to cooperate with you in this, because we firmly believe this is the right way. Thank you. Any other comments or suggestions or questions? Just to check and to invite also our online participants to be more active. They are a little bit more neglected than the persons here in the room, but all of us used to use this hybrid format already 2 years, so please be more active in asking your questions or telling us your comments in the Q&A section. So if there are no other, no, I can't see anymore. So then I'll thanks one again, Benz, and I'll invite our next speaker, Ms. Ekaterina Lisova, who is Senior Program Officer at the Center for the Study, at the Center for International Private Enterprises, an organization that we are happy to, if you want, you can. Yeah, if you want, you can.
Yes, I don't have a presentation on the
Yeah.
screen, so thank you. Thank you so much. Right.
You're welcome.
Temporary incapacity, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name is Ekaterina Lisova, and I represent the organization Center for International Private Enterprise, or CIPE, which is headquartered in Washington, D.C. So just for those who don't know, CIPE is a non-profit and non-governmental organization that is one of the core institute of the National Endowment for Democracy. And the mission of our organization is support democracy through engaging with the private sector. And in preparation to this session, I looked at the brief, policy brief that was published by Seldi in just January this year. It's called Corruption in the Western Balkans Not Abating, What's Next? And especially two findings came strikingly forward. The first one is that the overwhelming majority of the citizens in the Western Balkans countries are pessimistic about the prospects of anti-corruption efforts. That's the first one. And the second one was that CMS results for 2021 reveal that more than half of the population has lost hope in the feasibility of anti-corruption policy responses. And we're talking about the results of anti-corruption efforts in the last 10, 15 years. Things are not getting better. And whatever corruption definition we're using, whether it's abuse of entrusted power for private gain, or it's a legalized corruption, such as the one that the other presenters mentioned, that is being written into the laws and regulations, which we call state capture, right? But a huge skepticism on the part of the citizens of the Western Balkans and beyond on how things are going and what people are doing. They're becoming skeptical, they're becoming apathetic, and they're just withdrawing completely from this process. They're not participating in the monitoring or any kind of controls, enforcement, right, ensuring that things are getting better. And that, of course, leads to a very dangerous social political phenomenon. When there is so much distrust, there is so much frustration and cynicism and apathy. So I would say that at SIPE, we are specifically focusing on the private sector. And the report today on the public procurement issues with the SOEs and the energy sector, they mentioned, of course, companies, right? But what at SIPE, and I want to mention what at SIPE we're focusing on, is that the private sector is not monolithic. It's not homogeneous. Private sector has a lot of players. And in order to engage them to fight corruption, because again, private sector kind of more seen as a bad guy, in more causing corruption. However, if we look at the private sector in a more carefully, look at different players in that, then we can see that the private sector can be a powerful actor in addressing corruption challenges together with civil society organizations, with ordinary citizens, with international organizations, and so on. And if we look at the large companies, some of them are politically connected. Some of them benefiting a lot from corruption, and they want to preserve the status quo. They will resist any way possible for any of these changes and reforms to take place. So, but there are some issues they're facing as well. For example, if they want to get a credit, if they want to get access to investments, additional investments or development, they would like to access the supply chains. But in that case, they need to comply with certain rules. And these standards of anti-corruption compliance, of ESG, of environmental, social, and governance standards are increasingly growing among the international investors. And they will be demanding that the companies comply with these rules. So whether you like it or not, but you have to build certain controls in your operations and prove that they're actually viable and robust. So this is how you can work with large companies. SOEs, the same thing, state-owned enterprises. Yes, the risks been outlined very clearly here in the report. However, SOEs, there are mandated laws that when they need to, for example, many countries of Europe and Eurasia, and specifically in Western Balkans, they actually mandated to have anti-corruption compliance standards in place. So that's another avenue how you can get to it to try to engage them into this work. And of course, there is another group of the private sector that has been largely neglected, but that can be a very powerful force. And I'm talking about the small and medium-sized enterprises, those that are they're excluded from the conversations. They are usually, if they're not politically connected, they cannot win a public procurement contract. They don't have voice. And so the mission of my organizations and the programs that we do across Western Balkans is to build that voice, is to bring those SMEs together, is to give them the tools on how they can be a powerful voice for if they see the abuses of those that are risks, the red flags that have been listed here, how they can safely report those, right? There are a lot of today available anonymous and confidential and whistleblower opportunities. They need to get training on that, how to do that. They may not need to do it alone. They can do it as a part of the collective action. They will be protected by the alliance or a network, a coalition. So basically what I'm talking about is that there are a great deal of value in the data analytics that was presented today, right? In the reports, in terms of regulatory and legislative changes, it's great to have the laws on the books. However, where does the change come from? It's a combination of all these efforts, but the primary force should be the broad-based citizen support for that. If they're disengaged or increasingly disengaged of what we're seeing right now, the laws may not help. The laws may be interpreted different ways, enforced in different ways, and they may be written depending on certain special interest groups' preferences. So therefore, how to build that broad-based support by including, not just by letting the civil society and the private sector and the international organizations to work together on identifying the problem, identifying to where to look for the problem, how to identify the issues. Some of these issues are highly technical. Not everyone would understand where I'm looking at the public procurement process, exactly at what stage the fraud or corruption or some other type of illegal actions will happen. You have to be trained on that. And you have to, once you identify it, you have to know what to do with that, right? So that's where, number programming that we are currently doing in the countries of Bosnia and Montenegro and Serbia and North Macedonia is give that tool to companies to know where to look, and if they look, what to do with this information, and then how to follow up on what steps have been taken, and then how to come together and share this information within, and then turn it into the advocacy through policy, right? You not just start with shouting, or there is a problem. Everyone knows there is a problem. Question is what to do with this problem. So, and then of course, it raises awareness of those SMEs that are in generally among Europe and Eurasia, the SMEs amount to about 80 to 99%. In Albania, it's 99% of all private sector is SMEs, actually small and medium-sized enterprises, small entrepreneurs who are fighting every day and who are bent to being corrupt. They force to be corrupt, or they choose to be corrupt. And in understanding what drives each of these decisions, we can understand how we can respond to these challenges and give an alternative. Because in many of these markets we're talking about, in many of these countries, viable options do not exist. If you want to get business, if you want to survive, you have to pay by these corrupt rules that have been established. And how you challenge that, how you undermine it, where you start, that requires, of course, a critical political economy analysis of understanding who will be your supporters, who will be your allies, and who will be someone who will be resisting, who will be, resisting sometimes violently, and not putting at risk those who do that on the ground. So all of that complex things and understanding of each unique situation on the ground and what interest each of these groups have allows us to support them with more target, more focus, so that they have tools that they really need to address the issues of corruption. And then, of course, as this report, the policy brief I'm referring to, corruption in the Western Balkans not abating, what's next, is a question of trust, right? So by bringing the private sector into this effort, they would be empowered that it's not, coming from somewhere else, it's someone else's values, but this is because I'm going to live here, I'm going to fight for that, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it together with my peers, and if there's, for the better future, right, for our country, where trust between the government and the private sector exists, and citizens. So it's a long road, but there is a lot of work that has been done already, and there are some good changes, good things that are reflected in this report, and that can be, of course, applied to the issues of public procurement in the energy sector and on SOEs. It all can be used, all these findings, all this learning and data analytics. However, The change should come from engaging directly with those who benefit from seeing an anti-corruption, more transparent and accountable future in these countries. And we're happy, we're working with CSD for a long time on corrosive capital and constructive capital with many others in the room. So we're happy to continue this work. So the last point, maybe I just mentioned one last thing. We did an interesting study. We published it early this year. It's called Doing Business with Integrity. And we used various stories. It's really just the stories from the entrepreneurs, from the business owners of small, medium-sized enterprises. One was from Albania, one from Croatia, one from Bosnia, and another Ukraine, Moldova, Armenia, and Kyrgyzstan. And all these people told their stories of how these small companies, 10, 13, up to 50 people in the company, how they're fighting their way through to survive, but never paying a bribe or being honest with the employees. It's a fascinating story. It's painful to read because it's difficult. People had to really fight, but they succeeded. And the employees stayed with them because of that principle. And earlier today, the term culture of integrity, right, that was brought up earlier. And to build that culture of integrity starts with these people who use the principles and their values to organize and coalesce people around themselves with the same set of values and just keep pushing and enforcing in their own work and proving that it's possible. And these stories of hope, 7 stories of hope we published on our website, you can read. They're very, I would say, encouraging for many small business owners that it is possible and you can be an agent of change and support the big ticket reforms such as on, again, public procurement in the energy sector. So thank you so much for this, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lisova. And actually, thank you, SAIP, because SAIP has been around for more than 20 years, helping all the countries here in the region. And I totally agree that building resilience in private sector and engaging private sector in the fight against corruption is very important. And I just remember 3 years ago, a big Bulgarian company said, when we interviewed the CEO of the company, he said that, you know, what is the competitive company? This is that do not pay bribes. And this is actually the truth. It's the private sector. In our analysis, very often the private sector are only the bad guys. So I think we should give more good examples, more best practices to show that actually the private sector, as you said, is not homogeneous, and actually the critical players and actors that are fighting against corruption because this is fight for their future. And one of our next goals, actually, after making this analysis, of course, is to engage national governments and responsible institutions in our countries with the findings and conclusions, and to discuss with them possible actionable policy changes that could improve the situation. But let me ask if you have any comments or questions. I see one's there.
Hi, hello. My name is Mihaela Bronic. I'm from the Institute of Public Finance from Croatia. And I just wanted to tell you that I actually agree with you that the public participation is very, very important, because we see in Croatia many times that there is a problem that people, they see corruption, but they cannot report it because the whistleblowers are not protected. You see, even in the newspapers, even when they report it, there is a major problem, and it usually does not end up well for them. So I think that protection of whistleblowers is very, very important. And to help them maybe to anonymously report that, because I know some cases when people really report it and actually like the people who were in charge of those topics in their companies, they started to ignore them. You know, they didn't let them off, but they started not to talk to them, to ignore them. It is a real problem to help people to report these corruption practices. So whistleblowers should be protected.
Absolutely. Therefore, there is of course, the EU directive on the protection of whistleblowers, because it is the key issue. And if someone from the law enforcement agencies, or I used to work for the World Bank Integrity Vice Presidency in Washington. So of course, most of the leads you get about the corrupt and fraud deals, whether it's within, outside of the, in the bank's funded operations or within the bank, comes from the anonymous complaints. Yeah, almost 80%, I think, comes from these complaints, not from the internal audit reviews. So therefore, relying on the citizens, whatever they see and when they report, is extremely important. And we get more and more requests right now from the private sector on training on the whistleblowing rules. And again, I just want to remind to everyone that the whistleblowing and, again, anonymous or confidential reporting is one of the 8 key concepts and key components of anti-corruption compliance program. Without that, if you don't have that reporting mechanism, anti-corruption compliance program is not considered effective. It's not being counted to you in case that there is a criminal and civil investigation going on. So absolutely, and we already know that at least I know of one person who was actually certified on the whistleblowing certificate issued by the International Certification Organization on whistleblowing, which is great. We are getting more experts here in the region as well on that. So we will be actually engaging those experts in our work with the private sector. And across the line, I know that's a big issue in Albania right now, on whistleblowing and in other countries.
Yeah, it is in all the countries, I would say in Europe, but also in our part of the region. So any other questions, so comments or reactions from the room or from the online participants? No. Unfortunately, I have to announce a slight change in the agenda, because our next speaker, who used to be Tanya Kavanska, because of some urgent personal reasons, is not able to join us. So we will actually not have her among the presenters today. So with this, we finish this part of our discussions today, of the first panel. If there are no other questions or remarks or comments, just to see, no here. There is one.
Daniela, I think.
Daniela. I just want to say 2 practical things before that. First of all of you are warmly welcome. Unfortunately, without our online participants, to a light lunch, will be served in the restaurants downstairs in the ground floor. And to ask you also to fill in the evaluation forms that you can find in your folders. So, Dani, would you?
Thank you. Just a short comment on my take on the first panel discussion, if I can summarize the importance of prevention and due diligence checks. So, in my opinion, from what I've heard, there are 2 ways to go about it, similar to the coronavirus prevention is important. This could be done through big data, as GTI presented, through the use of red flags and complex indicators that track irregularities in public procurement. But this should also be done on case-by-case basis, especially regarding large infrastructure projects that are not always entered in full detail in the procurement registers. For example, let us mention here briefly the Turk Stream and PAX2 projects that come with strings attached. For example, in Turk Stream, we have a very high operational and maintenance costs that are much larger than similar past projects, and all of us from the region should bear these costs. And Bulgaria was forced to undergo the ship or pay clause, which means that the expected profit from this project could be much lower. At the same time, in Hungary, the PAX2 nuclear power plant units 5 and 6 also come with strings attached. This project is financed, 80% of it is financed through a loan provided by Russia with very high rates, like 4.5% rate for the first initial implementation phase and 5.9% rate afterwards. In addition to other public procurement, environmental, labor law, and other irregularities. So such a combination of due diligence by the use of big data and checking of especially government-to-government contracts that remain behind closed doors, I think it's crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. That's true. I do not want to speak more about Turk Stream because, literally, if our analysis shows that you can find all the examples of bad practices that you can imagine in this only project, including formal violation of EU sanctions, because in the project was engaged a company, Belarusian company actually, which then was under the EU sanction list, but still it builds the project in Bulgaria. These large infrastructure projects, not only in the energy sector, but in all the sectors, so including in civil engineering, are very often an example of how the thing should not be done. Unfortunately, as Daniela said, it's very difficult, and I want to admire here actually the role of whistleblowers and independent, both independent investigative journalists and researchers that actually uncover and disclose all this information and data for the violations and make possible some of the I would say controls and checks by the responsible national institutions. Unfortunately, in this case of the Turk Stream, due to the very ineffective judiciary system in Bulgaria, and I would say very corrupted and state-captured institutions in the country, there were no penalties for the companies that and for the politicians that actually were engaged in this project. Saying this, I want to call once again for any comments or questions. If not, I want to say that we expect to see you again at 1:30 here after the lunch. So yes, 1:30. we'll be here again, continuing with our second panel of experts, and we'll talk about some new approaches to anti-corruption and some based on the experience of countries in the region. So thank you very much, and enjoy the lunch. Thank you.
Welcome to the panel 2, which is titled New Approaches to Anti-Corruption in Geopolitical Uncertainty in Southeast Europe, EU's Past Experiences and Future Perspectives. We have speakers. Giulio Veneri will join us online. I see he's already here. Hi, Giulio. Jorida Šitaj, Tamara Mišerda, Daniel Bellinger, and Nina Sekulović. We'll go one by one. So, Giulio, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So, first of all, good afternoon from Brussels, and allow me just to commend once more for the initiative, which is very timely, very important, and we look forward to the exchange with the other panel presenters today. I'm also looking forward to hearing them on the broader outcomes of this, as I said, very timely exercise. I will pick on your words and pick on your introductory reflection on this panel. We have to discuss experiences of the past and future perspectives in a context of highly uncertain geopolitical dynamics. Very quickly, when it comes to the past, I think that the experience of our engagement in Southeast Europe and the Western Balkans in particular has been a good experience, in the sense that the Union has learned a lot of how to engage on anti-corruption and the entrenchment of the rule of law, and has also learned on how to reflect on those pillars of engagement when looking at itself in the mirror. I think it's not a mystery that when the Union, the Commission started to present already 3 years ago a rule of law report on the state of the rule of law within the European Union, so amongst member states, actually the Commission started to do something that was really the core business with the larger countries. So I would say that since the new approach, 10 years ago, to the rule of law and the fight against corruption, since that approach was put forward by the Commission and endorsed by the Council, progressively that type of approach, front-loading the work on anti-corruption and rule of law, somehow started also to influence the way the Union is looking at itself. And so I think the past experiences, of course, we can get into the details of how much we have achieved, how much there is to achieve in the region, but methodologically speaking, I think we can be somehow proud that the work on the enlargement, the work with the Western Balkans, has been used also as a learning tool to understand how to streamline the engagement with the dialogue, even with member states, on the fight against corruption and the efforts on the entrenchment of the rule of law. And anti-corruption in particular, along with the judiciary, is really at the core business of the rule of law reports on the State of the Union. So this is my first reflection when it comes to a little bit of looking at the past. So I know that there is a lot still to do, despite of decade-long of technical assistance and support to our instruments, both on the repression side of corruption and on the prevention side. But if I have to take one lesson, is that the work in Southeast Europe and the Western Balkans in particular has helped the Union really to put at the core of the business, even internally, the fight against corruption and the fight for the entrenchment of the rule of law. So this is the first point that the title of your panel inspired to me as a point of reflection. And you may not also now looking a little bit of what is what should come later, what are the future perspectives that are ahead of us. I think we can start from one point. Anti-corruption is something that we start to not only front load but also to push for very serious mainstreaming. So we are looking again. It's a methodological change, but it's an important one. We're looking at corruption in a more holistic way. So it remains something that has to be addressed sometimes with different modalities from sector to sector. So starting with the economic investment plans for the Western Balkans, the 9 billion initiative that has been launched a couple of years ago, we began pushing this idea of mainstreaming and corruption across sectors. So there is a strategic push for anti-corruption to be more meaningfully addressed with a cross-sectoral approach, but then within each sector we are looking and we are trying to help our partners to support specific measures. So in addition to having this strategic cross-sectoral approach, we also try to push for specific measures for sector-specific actions to be undertaken. So this is something that will characterize our engagement for the future. There is also another novelty that I wanted to refer to, which is the fact that already since 1 year we have a new office which is responsible to deal with cases of fraud and offences related to the budget of the Union. Is the European Union Public Prosecutor Office, the EPPO. We have already raised the issue with our Western Balkans partner. I think it was done the first time at the institutional level in the context of the JHA ministerial last winter, where we made a clear-cut call for all the countries to accept, engage with the EPPO and finalize as soon as possible agreements through which the countries concerned will accept the jurisdiction of the EPPO. This is of course linked to our assistance. The EPPO has a focus on criminal offences related to the budget of the Union, but as it is a very important step, and we expect that Western Balkan partners will follow up to our plea, especially since, as I mentioned, we have put in the pipeline such an ambitious 9 billion platform for actions related to socio-economic development. And by the way, the EPPO has already, thus far in only 1 year, dealt with 500 investigative dossiers. So this shows that despite the short time frame, the machinery is well oiled. So we hope that in our future work with the Western Balkans, we will also benefit from this very specific tool. And then, I know I don't have much time, so I will make a concluding comment, still sticking to the future perspectives, so to speak, again, taking from the title. I think we need to strengthen much more our virtuous partnership and synergies with the civil society, with the business communities, with investigative journalists, and so on and so forth. We are of course pushing for more financial support. We are also, in the context of the new regulation, we have foreseen clauses in case of the extending of the rule of law, and foreseen that nothing will in any event affect our support to the civil society, even if the country drifts away from the rule of law. So everything is safe on that side, but we need more of the strategic and political level, maybe to strengthen virtuous partnerships in order to really prevent, and in some cases, unfortunately, I would say also to set in motion reforms that can really bring back countries on the right track. Since, as you know, a few years ago, just 3 years ago, in the enlargement package communication, for the first time, the Commission noted that indeed in the region elements related to state captures and serious backsliding from the rule of law and even democracy were unfortunately noted. So we need a more stronger virtuous partnerships, better dialogue, and of course these events like the one you are organizing today are very important. So this is just to conclude, and final sentence. In your title you speak about geopolitical uncertainty. I think it's clear that we are not alone in the region. It's not only Russia, but it's also China, it's the Saudis and other Gulf countries, it's Turkey itself, another enlargement country which is very active in Southeast Europe, in the Western Balkans. And it's clear that the competition is somehow unfair, because the EU pushes for values, pushes for public procurement, good governance, and other geopolitical actors do business their own way, and sometimes also with the flagrant violation of environmental rights crystal clear before everybody's eyes. And still it's sad to see that governments find very often relevant to pursue partnership with other actors. So I hope that we manage in the coming future to maintain the grip on the region, to push for reforms that really will trigger irreversible entrenchment of the rule of law, so that business operator can eventually operate in an environment where the justice and law enforcement sector function as a guarantees their investment and where citizens are, of course, safe. But it also it takes two to tango, and so I also hope that we will continue to find ways to have receptive interlocutors amongst the governments in the region, as we have seen. It is not always the case on a number of dossiers, but I drop it here as a provocation, and I thank you very much for your time. I think I was on time, so thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you, Giulio, very much for this very good introductory part of our panel 2 session, in which we will more discuss on the EU anti-corruption approach to monitoring and assessing corruption, as well as the linking rule of law violations to more concrete and stronger sanctions. I just want to mention that you can pose questions now in person, audience, but also I want to encourage online attendees to pose their questions in Q&A box, and we will address them after the whole session is finished. So, do we have any questions for Giulio right now? Okay, then we will move to Jorida Šitaj, Senior Political Advisor from Regional Cooperation Council, Sarajevo.
Is this turned on?
Can we check the mic, please?
It's okay. Okay. Thank you very much. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today with distinguished panelists, but also distinguished participants. So thank you for inviting Regional Cooperation Council to be part of this discussion. I would like to, during my intervention, I would like to focus on, first of all, on the perception of our citizens of the region. What are they feeling towards the corruption? What is the impact that corruption has in our daily life, and also the economic challenges that also influence a lot the corruption, but also the anti-corruption policies. And also very briefly to inform you of what we at the Regional Cooperation Council, but also other regional actors are doing in order to tackle all these economic challenges that, as I said earlier, very much also influence the corruption in our region. It is not a secret, of course, that most of the international reports depict our region as a region where the public and private interests are very strongly entangled, where the corruption is widespread at different levels of the public administration. We are, of course, all aware that corruption is one of the main challenges of rule of law in our region, and definitely a real threat to democratic institutions. And we all know that corruption should be tackled in a clear and more consistent way. However, we cannot, I believe most of you will agree here, that we cannot also disregard the fact that the corruption is also a developmental issue in our region, reflecting the inheritance from the past, the unstable economic growth, and the fragility of our institutions. And as such, it will require not only deep institutional reforms in the local level, but also change in the behavior of the whole society, and also strengthened regional cooperation among relevant governmental structures, judicial and police authorities, media, civil society, citizens, and other state and non-state actors. As I mentioned since the beginning, I would like to inform you on what are the perceptions of our citizens towards the corruption. You may know that Regional Cooperation Council annually produces and publishes an instrument that is called Balkan Barometer, the annual survey of Western Balkan citizens and business perceptions on several matters, including here also anti-corruption. And unfortunately, the perception trend on corruption has remained unchanged in the past years. Healthcare and rule of law institutions remain to be considered the most corrupt, both in terms of vulnerability to bribes and general perception of corruption within those institutions. Healthcare has been allegedly bribed by 74% of respondents, judiciaries by 76% of respondents, customs 75%, together with political parties at 78% and parliaments at 71%. These are among top 5 categories that are perceived as the most corrupt. I'm referring here to the findings of the 2021 Balkan Barometer, and I would like now to inform you that the 2022 edition of the Balkan Barometer will be launched later this month. But I'm not spoiling the figures of the new editions. Regarding these figures that I mentioned, the difference between individual economies are really small, which shows that these are systematic problems in all the societies of the Western Balkans region. What makes the situation look gloomy is that almost 60% of the respondents believe that corruption is not being fought successfully. A third concern is a low level of perceived trust in meritocracy in the public sector, with most of respondents considering that connections rather than hard work guarantee success and gives you the opportunity to work for the public administration. These, as I said, are the perceptions of the citizens. However, if these are interpreted with the existing challenges in the Western Balkans, the situation is even more alarming, I would say. We all know that economic situation and unemployment are the main challenges of the Western Balkans when it comes to economic aspects. The average unemployment rate in the Western Balkans in 2020 stood at 16.5% compared to 7.2% in the European Union. Average Western Balkans youth unemployment in 2020 stood at 35.1%, ranging from 26.5% to as high as 49%. Research and innovation, research and development expenditure as a percentage of the GDP continue to be low in the Western Balkans at around 0.4%, when in the EU the percentage is at 2.2%. Quality of education is also one of the challenges that our region is facing. Only 13% of those aged 18 to 35 are satisfied with the quality of education. And only 55% of Western Balkans companies find that the education system produces workforce with skills that match their needs. Brain waste is definitely also a very, very important challenge that needs to be tackled. But also the quality of education remains a problem. Students in our region show lower scores on the OECD PISA tests than their EU peers. Life learning also is an underutilized source of labor market matching. Adult participation in life learning in the region ranges from 0 to 8% to 4.3%. Another very alarming fact is the fact that Western Balkans is facing a potential demographic catastrophe, with estimates that the Western Balkans could lose up to 15% of its overall population in the next quarter of the century. This in the level of the Southeast Europe, this was for the Western Balkans, but when it comes to Southeast Europe, the estimation are that 1 person out of 10 people in the whole Southeast Europe region is currently an immigrant. I am definitely aware that all these perceptions and statistics cannot be good news, but at the same time, I'm sure that accurate reflection of the reality is also a very important first step. And it is also a wake-up call for action for governments, donor community, and all stakeholders working towards effectively tackling corruption within every vital sector of our economies. If you allow me, I would also like to very briefly inform you what we at RCC are doing to tackle all these challenges. We're not working with anti-corruption policies per se, but as I said, we are focused on furthering the economic cooperation and integration in the Western Balkans. Our main strategic agendas include the strategy and working program for up to 25. Common regional market and the Southeast Europe Strategy 2030. Common regional market, as I'm pretty sure most of you are aware of it, it has a strong support from the European Commission and also of the relevant regional and international stakeholders. It is established as a transformative tool to increase the attractiveness and competitiveness of the region and to bring it closer to the EU markets. It is structured around the 4 freedoms and also covers aspects of digital investment, innovation, and industrial policy. I should say that this makes it the most ambitious regional integration effort to date in the Western Balkans. Well, while the Southeast Europe 2030 strategy is a joint call for action by all the Southeast Europe economies, through regional cooperation, this strategy seeks to promote and advance the implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals within the Southeast Europe region across the 3 dimensions of sustainable development: prosperity, people, peace, and partnership. It is very important, I think, to mention here that we have the strong political commitment from all the governments of the Southeast Europe to the implementation of these actions. And I would also like to mention again that regional cooperation cannot be, and it is not a substitute to the EU enlargement process, but at the contrary, it is an incentive to enable our economies to import EU standards while preparing for the EU membership. I would like to conclude here by also repeating what Mr. Veneri said, that we need to create a momentum for an effective role of citizens, civil society, media in fighting corruption through monitoring, reporting, and exposing corruption. And if they effectively work together, can significantly contribute towards creating responsive societies capable of exposing corruption and malpractices wherever it exists. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorida, very much for all these informations and facts and I agree with you how the CSOs actually and general public could contribute to the corruption monitoring and the rule of law reforms, but also the, as you said, the importance of the quality of education and lifelong learning. There are some alarming issues. But now let's let's see if we have some questions from the audience here. Okay, let me see if there are no online questions. Okay.
Can I
Yeah,
have a question?
of course, yeah.
Regarding your presentation, thank you very much. My name is Daniel Bellinger, and I work for the National Integrity Agency in Romania. Why do you think that are so low the amounts allocated to the research and development? Because this, I think this is in Southeastern Europe, this is a common problem. It's not singular to the region or why?
Well, this is a very good question, but unfortunately I'm not the right person to answer it. If I would answer, I would just give my personal opinion, which I don't think it's relevant for the discussion. I don't know if we have representatives from the governments of the region. That would be the most appropriate persons actually to answer this question. What I can say is that they definitely should take this into account and start planning for more budget, to allocate more budget to research and development. This is all I can say. The other, I'm afraid,
Yeah,
it is up to the
one of my
governments.
thoughts is the fact that it cannot produce near immediate results, so you can see it like in your face, you know. The results that are going to be produced by the research and development can be seen like,
Definitely.
I don't know, like in a decade or 2
At
decades.
least a decade.
This is one of my thoughts, yeah.
I agree with you, but as I said, this is just a personal opinion.
Yeah, thank you.
Hopefully next time we will have someone from the Ministry of Finance or something like that.
It would be good to have their opinion.
Science.
Or science and
Science
education.
and education.
Yeah. But when we're talking on that, let's see what's happening on the other side. So the next speaker is Tamara Mišerda, Head of Anti-Corruption Sector, Ministry of Public Administration and Justice.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone. And thank you for inviting me to be here. So after, can I just have my presentation here? It's very short.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so after hearing a bit about the rule of law mechanism and a bit about the not so happy perception, I would like maybe to underline some of the activities in the anti-corruption sector. Sadly, I don't have the numbers for the education and investments in education, but for the anti-corruption activities in Ministry of Justice, we are sector for the anti-corruption, for prevention of anti-corruption. We are the coordinative body for coordination of activities in the anti-corruption. So when preparing this presentation, I was told to maybe put focus on rule of law and resilience and recovery program and the involvement of the civil society organizations in anti-corruption monitoring. So to present you that briefly, I would just have to mention some of the institutions institutional framework in Croatia, because the answer is very much linked to that. So to begin with, as I mentioned, we in the Ministry of Justice, we are doing the horizontal coordination of the anti-corruption activities. I also listed the independent bodies who act in the field of anti-corruption. Some of them are their work is directly in the anti-corruption field, such as the Commission for the Resolution of Conflict of Interest, the Ombudsperson, Information Commissioner, but the other independent authorities are the ones whose work is not directly linked to anti-corruption, but is definitely perceived, and its effects is definitely anti-corruption one. Such as the State Commission for the Control of Public Procurement Procedures, State Audit Office, State Election Commission. I must mention that all of these independent bodies are always included in every development of strategic framework or legislation drafting when we are dealing with their scope of interest. So this is important to mention. What is also important to mention is that we have a government's advisory body for monitoring the implementation of, obviously it misses, implementation of strategic documents. So it's a strategy for fight against corruption and its action plans. This advisory body consists not only of the representatives from the government, but also from the representatives of judiciary, of independent bodies, of civil society organizations. We have 4 of them, I think, in the government's advisory body, and they are a very important part of this. This is a body that meets quarterly, so we strive to have at least 4 meetings during the year. Sometimes it's 3, and during COVID it was 2. But we always, strive to have 4 of them. And during these meetings with all of these participants, we always discuss all of the issues from the field of anti-corruption. So our primary focus is on the implementation of strategic documents. So are some activities from action plan implemented or not? Why not? When it will be, etc. But not only that, we also discuss GRECO reports, rule of law reports, everything that is important in the field of anti-corruption. So this is a permanent advisory body and very important platform for the exchange of opinions with the not only with governmental sector, but also, as I mentioned, with the independent institutions, judiciary, and civil society organizations. And another part of the system is parliamentarian working body, National Council for Monitoring of Anti-Corruption Strategic Implementation. So it's a parliamentarian working body who also consists of members who are outside of the parliament, and they are elected by a public call. So we have journalists there and independent experts as well, representatives of employers, etc. It's always led by the opposition, so always the opposition party is the president of this council and has, I think, 2 or 3 members from the position and 3 members from the opposition. And other experts are from outside of the parliament. They always have someone from the academia, etc. We are not members of this working body, of course, but we are invited depending on the subject. So sometimes we are not even invited, but some other governmental or any other body, depending on what subject is at stake and what is being discussed. Sometimes we discussed about some things from judiciary, some affairs from public, etc. So it's really also important platform to exchange opinions and to see how we stand in the field of anti-corruption. That being said, just to mention that our new strategy has been adopted last year for the 10 years period, and now we are in the final phase of preparing our first triennial action plan. Strategy has 5 big strategic goals, which are divided into 9 defined measures, and each of these measures is being addressed through our action plan. Also to mention, during the development of the strategy, we took into account all relevant analysis of international organizations and documents that were underlining some anti-corruption specific problems for Croatia. So we definitely took at stake the rule of law reports, even European semester reports, GRECO reports, OECD, IPR, investment policy review, World Bank analysis, etc. And what I have to mention is that the one of the indicators for the overall effectiveness of the strategy is also the perception of corruption. So this is something that we are going to analyze after the strategy is being strategic period finishes. We'll see how the strategy actually made not only how we implemented the activities, but the overall effect. Did it actually resulted in a better perception of corruption in these reports that we all often quote. Also, to briefly mention, this is the legislative activities that we have done in the past year. It was really big job for us. We did two really hard, really complex pieces of legislation. So it's a new law on prevention of conflict of interest, which came into force in December 2021, and new law on protection of whistleblowers or reporters of irregularities, which came into effect in April 2022. So quite recently. We are still in process of developing guidelines. We developed internal acts for reporting for the ministry, and we are delivering educations, etc. So it's really a huge job for us. Both laws have many bylaws and subsequent work to effectively actually implement those pieces of legislation. And next step that we are working on is law on lobbying. What I wanted to emphasize here is that in each of these working groups, we also had not only independent institutions, but also members of the civil society. It's very important for us, and I think it's important to mention, having in mind the overall subject of the panel, that we are always, including. We want to be very inclusive, because in these subjects, sometimes, the position of someone from outside of system really is worth thinking about some solutions, whether they will be actually feasible in practice, and will it have the effect that we want it to have. Okay, maybe we can skip that. I'm sorry, I had this only in form of picture, and it's actually, it enlists all of the reforms and investments from the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. It consists of 4 investments and 4 reforms in the field of anti-corruption, and it's really a huge job for us to implement it. It's tightly linked to rule of law mechanism, because sometimes when Commission is talking to us about this, because all of these reforms and investments has really strict targets that we have to achieve in order to, to have the payments that are envisaged through that plan. So we often talk with the Commission about fulfillment of those targets. One of the targets were also these 2 laws, law on conflict of interest and law on whistleblowers, which were all discussed with the Commission during their drafting and legislative process. And so I wanted to say that when we will be implementing in this upcoming period for the next 3 years, all the rest of the milestones and targets and all of these reforms and investments, that is something that we do in close cooperation with the European Commission. And what I wanted finally to emphasize is these achievements in these 2 years, which were connected with some of the findings in the rule of law mechanism and a resilience and recovery plan. And I wanted to put it on the one page because it's really, really complex job that we did in this past period. What I also wanted to mention, besides this. Besides these, how to say, achievements and this describe manners of cooperating with the civil society organizations, is that last month we also had the big conference on culture of integrity in Šibenik, which Ministry organized in cooperation with GI Talk, where we discussed all of the matters in the field of the anti-corruption and integrity, and we had the representatives of civil society organizations, independent institutions, but also ministries of justice from the entire region. So it was really a good event and good opportunity to exchange opinions on issues that are of interest for all of us, but to hear all sides who have sometimes different point of view on the same problem. It was really, really interesting and very good practice that I hope will continue in the next period. And I want to read you this so you can see it all by yourself. But I wanted to underline it because I think that this mechanism of rule of law evaluations connected with the RP is really, really something that pushes things forward even faster than it would usually happen. So I hope that it will also result in some other positive steps forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tamara. Thank you for giving us the perspective from the other side, and thank you for the presenting the prevention of corruption in some strategic framework in Croatia. Maybe I can pose some first question regarding the anti-corruption action plan, especially when it comes to state-owned enterprises. What about public participation in these action plans? How can we improve this process, maybe to be more transparent and responsive?
Sorry. Sorry, you mean public participation in creation of action plan or
anti-corruption plan?
A strategic framework. Okay, thank you. So during the development of strategic action plan, we contacted, I think, 8 representatives of civil society organizations. So it was GONG, I think, Transparency, Politiscope, Institute Compliance, Institute for Public Administration. I think it was also Croatian Journalists Association, so Croatian Employers Association, Syndicate. So we have really, we really are trying to be inclusive when drafting the measures and proposals in action plan. When we have a proposal from anyone, any ministry, any participant in the working group, we normally send our proposal to the ministry that would be competent for its execution implementation, and we ask in framework of your competencies, is this feasible? Do you have the means to do it? So depending on their answer, and especially is it something that is from legal framework acceptable, we accept or not accept that measure. Many activities proposed by civil society also, and other participants are included in the draft action plan that is going to be adopted very soon, because we are in the final phase of its development. What I also forgot to mention is that during not only development of legislation but also strategic documents, we put any document on public consultation which is open to anyone. So on each of the comment that we receive, we have to explain the answer. So if we are accepting, we don't have to explain, but if we are refusing, we have to explain and publish the explanation. So that is something that we do. And regarding action plan, I think we only had like 7 or 8 comments. That is the result exactly of what I just described, of the high inclusiveness in the process. So I think that many of the interested parties were already included in the process of drafting. So we had only 8 comments during the public consultation. But for example, for development of legislation on whistleblower, etc., we had over 130 comments, and it was really a big job to explain on that. And just quickly, I don't want to jeopardize your time schedule and to take the floor for everyone, but regarding state-owned enterprises, that is the whole huge another subject. We have some measures and in the strategy regarding state-owned enterprises and in our action plan, and most of their activities is linked also to our candidature now to the OECD. As you know, we became a candidate country for the OECD in January, and now in June we are about to adopt a roadmap, so we are going to begin with the screening process, etc. And many of the standards of the OECD are connected with, of course, business sector, but also with good governance. So many of the standards will be actually looked in the light of these standards of the OECD, and especially in context of state-owned enterprises. So you can also see some activities that that the Ministry of State Assets are doing in that regard.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have one question there. We have also some online questions, so I'm very happy to see that.
Thank you. Misha Popovic from the Institute for Democracy in Skopje. I have a question about your assessment of the efficacy of the National Council in the Parliament that you mentioned, that is tasked with monitoring the anti-corruption field or the strategy. Has it been a success story? Has it made anyone resign? Has it initiated important policy development processes? Yeah, your assessment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will tell you my, of course, very personal opinion, because I don't participate in every session because they don't invite us in every session, but it's a platform for discussion, and I can tell you discussions are sometimes very heated. It's led by the opposition, so I think it says enough, about the subjects that are quite often addressed on that on these sessions. We of course we are in close. We are always informing them about any documents, how the action plan and strategy is being implemented, and that's very important. That is their, like, how do they say, ordinary sessions. This ordinary job, to monitor the implementation. Then they see activities which are implemented, and if not, why not? And then they invite sometimes the representatives of this body who didn't implement some of the activities, and then they ask for the explanation, etc. And sometimes it's really, how to say, passionate. We have passionate discussions. Sometimes they just discuss some things that are in the media, interesting. For example, even some things from the judiciary. Some of the times, even we have the Attorney General coming before this council and discussing some issues. So you see, it's not. If you ask me a direct effect, I don't have any, like, a meter to measure that, but it's a good platform, because the executive branch is being actually put in a position to explain, to present why something, why not. And what I forgot to say is that often these sessions are accompanied with media, so media are watching this. So it's, from that perspective, I think it's really useful, because it's not like that we only in the government we have this working body and we make some draft and we report to ourselves. It's really interesting to have this platform where also opposition can comment. So this is the closest I can tell you, but I hope I gave you some light.
Thank you, Tamara. Todor, you had a question?
Yes.
Okay, we'll wait for the microphone.
Thank you. I have a short question. You mentioned in your presentation that you're developing, or maybe already is developed, an application for verification of asset declaration for judicial officials. Why only for judicial officials? Is it not for general, let's say, high-ranking officials?
Thank you so much for that question. Actually, it's a bit, when I just mentioned it like that, it's a bit misleading, of course. The asset declaration software tool for the public officials is actually led by a Commission for the Resolution of Conflicts for Interest, which is an independent body, but due to the constitutional framework, the only body who is competent to monitor and to even have some disciplinary sanctions on judges and prosecutors is State Judicial Council and State Prosecutors Council, and that is why they have a separate application which we coordinate for them to its design, and now it's designed and now we are improving it because we are entering the Euro soon, so it's a constant work on in the past period. What I wanted to say, we have this application like several years now, only for the how to say for submission of the asset declarations. But what we did in the recent period, what I wanted to emphasize, was a huge job of connecting that application to a state registry, which have the information which are important for verification of this data and which enable you to automatically compare this data. So this is something that really enables State Judicial Council and State Attorney Council to verify the data, and we also gave them additional personnel to do that. So it was really a huge project.
Thank you. We have one question from the online attendee, from our colleague Nina Sekulovic from Montenegro, for Tamara. What are the main updates in these two new laws, just in general? What parts were improved?
In conflict of interest and in whistleblowers. Thank you so much. In law on conflict of interest, the main reason for a new law was actually to implement the Greco's recommendations from 5th evaluation circle, which we did, and some of the, and not some, but also the comments of the European Commission from the rule of law report. I will just mention maybe 3 things, but it's a big subject now, which were also emphasized by our president of the Commission for the Resolution of Conflict of Interest. She also, I was really glad when she mentioned that 2 very new important institutes were now introduced in the new law on conflict of interest, and that is the ad hoc declaration of conflict of interest. That is something that we didn't have, and exclusion from deciding of the public official in those cases. So this is something very new, but we also prolonged the cooling off period, and we significantly expanded the material scope of the law. So I think hundreds of new addressees were now included in the law. So this is only what I can remember. We also, I think, twice the sanctions for the breaches of the law. So the amendments were huge. So this is the reason why we came with the new law. And regarding the whistleblowers, one of the big changes, of course, the main reason was to implement the EU directive, but one of the hugest changes compared to the previous law was that now we have, there is no scaling in choosing the channel for reporting. So the whistleblower doesn't now have to firstly go through the internal channel and then through the external channel like it was before. Now whistleblower can choose whether he is going to choose internal or external channel. He can choose. Only for the public disclosure there is some conditions to be fulfilled. That is one of the big changes. We also changed some provisions regarding our so-called confidential person. That is something that is not obligation by the directive. That is something that we have in Croatian law, that each employer which has more than 50 employees has to have a confidential person who is a person who receives the reports. But we made a lot of changes regarding definitions, the scope of law, the scope of protected persons. We improved the process of reporting, the provisions on selection of confidential persons. So it's really a lot of amendments that we made because of the EU directive. It's now more complex law than it was before. It's both welcoming because we think it provides better protection, but it's on the other side very challenging because even for us, the lawyers, these new provisions from the EU directive are really, really complex. They had to be transposed as such, so maybe you know also our concern, but it's really, really complex, and we now have a lot educational activities that we are performing and explanations for the law and acts, guidelines, etc., because we are really trying to put this system in focus and somehow to connect all the dots of the system, because there is one body who provides for the protection, another body who provides for the legal aid. We also introduced the right to legal aid for the whistleblowers. That's a novelty, for example. And we also envisaged the possibility to have emotional support for whistleblowers. That is something that our witnesses and victims have in our criminal law system. So that is something also that we want for whistleblowers, but we'll need time to develop that. I hope I didn't swamp you with the information. This is just in brief the novelties that we are introducing.
There are many things. There are many things on paper, at least, but we believe that this will work in practice as well as sanctions imposed for non-obligation. We have another question from our online attendees, Suleiman Kainar. Do you have any training program for judges and prosecutors or tax inspector?
For whistleblowers?
Yeah.
Our Judicial Academy provides for educations for judges, especially for because of the judicial protection of whistleblowers, and we initiate regularly those educations. And for tax authorities, not specifically, but we also cooperate with the State School for Public Administration, and we in cooperation with them, we designed educations for all of for the entire public system. So everyone who wants to apply to these educations can, anyone from the public system, not only state administration, but also state companies and local units, etc. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this answer.
I have, regarding the whistleblowers protection, I have one question also. You were telling us before that somehow in the very first version of the law, you had the obligation first to whistleblow internally, then go externally, and you changed that. But in the new law, do you have somehow do you prioritize the channel as the directive says, or it was just a personal?
It was a big discussion.
Yeah, I know. Same in Romania.
Same here. Same there. Yeah, I mean. But we didn't keep it. We just said, we just wrote in the law that we encourage that the internal channels for reporting to be just enough simple. Sorry, I just cannot forget I cannot remember the English word.
Reliable.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much. Reliable, and so that by that it actually encourages whistleblowers to use the internet channel, but not as an obligation, no.
Okay, thank you.
So many questions for the ministry. Do we have any more questions from the audience here? There are no more questions online.
So I think I'm next,
Yeah, we can proceed with...
Okay. So my name is Daniel Bellinger. I work for the National Integrity Agency in Romania. My colleague told us that they launched a new electronic system which is aimed to submit asset and interest disclosures. So late news from Romania, we have like 400,000 deponents that submitted their assets and interest disclosures. Right now I had the press release. So today I'll be discussing about ANI and its establishment. I'll show you some relevant statistics about ANI. Also, I'll discuss about how to diminish the conflicts of interest within the public procurement procedures through the PREVENT system. I suppose some guys know about the PREVENT system. But also in the second part of my presentation, I'll explain a few things about the EDI system, the system I was telling you before. And eventually we'll come up to the Whistleblowers Protection Directive, to the transposition of 2019-1937 directive, but also to an upcoming reform which is going on right now in Romania related to the integrity legal framework. So if I can have the presentation. No, I think it's not displaying correct.
You can view one from this position.
But it's not.
Okay,
yeah? Okay, so you'll help. Okay. Okay, now we're done. So I'll discuss about how to prevent and combat corruption through administrative mechanisms. So next. I'll use the mouse, no problem. Okay. Yeah? Yeah? Works? Yeah? Okay. So actually I showed today's menu because we're after the lunch. Actually with the picture I was inspired by my little girl who is 1 year old, and right now in Romania is the strawberry season. So she's eating a lot of strawberries. So ANI was established 15 years ago in 2007, and it was established as an autonomous administrative authority under the cooperation and verification mechanism of the European Commission. So it's the institution in Romania with exclusive competencies over managing the system of assets and interest disclosure, but also in identifying, preventing and combating integrity incidents. So which is ANI's main objective is to ensure integrity within the exercise of public offices and dignities by evaluating first assets and interest disclosures, but also relevant data and information about changes in properties or jobs that might produce incompatibilities or conflicts of interest. So I was referring before to integrity incidents. So what type of integrity incidents we're referring to? We're referring here first is the unjustified wealth. So it's defined according to the Romanian legislation is defined as the difference of more than 10,000 euro or its equivalent in the local currency between what you have obtained during your mandate and what you have spent during the same period of time. The second type of integrity incidents are conflicts of interest. So a conflict of interest might occur when a person exercising a public dignity or office has a personal interest, a money-related personal interest that could bring a prejudice of doing his job objectively. So fulfillment of their work attributions. And the third type of integrity incidents are incompatibilities. The incompatibilities are defined as simultaneously holding two or more public positions or either a public and a private office, out of which the one excludes the other. So since its establishment, ANI had investigated almost 21,000 cases, 21,000 files, out of which 2,200 were incompatibilities, but also 760 conflicts of interest, and there were like 173 cases of unjustified wealth. So the cases of unjustified wealth were in a total amount of 30 million euro. I was telling you before about the PREVENT system, that we have a system which is meant to diminish the number of conflicts of interest within the public procurement procedures. So the PREVENT system is actually an IT system designed to prevent the cases of conflicts of interest. How does it really works? It performs an ex-ante verification of the public procurement procedures in order to detect either family ties, but also close links between bidders and the management of the contracting authorities. So, in reality, if a potential conflict of interest is spotted, the PREVENT would immediately issue an integrity warning, and the head of the contracting authority should undertake all the necessary measures in order to remove the potential cause for the conflict of interest. So how is done? It's done by replacing the assessment committee member, or in other extreme cases, even excluding the bidder itself. Since the PREVENT system was launched, there were 71,000 procedures analyzed, and the total amount of 153 integrity warnings issued. The total funds that were saved through PREVENT system were in total of almost 300 million euro, out of which 125 came out from European financing, from EU funds. I just told you earlier that we have right now 400,000 deponents registered in our electronic system. The system is called EDAI, which stands for Electronic Declarații de Avere și de Interese. This means Electronic Assets and Interest Disclosures. We have like 7,500 institutions which had registered with at least one account into the platform, and the total of number of asset and interest disclosure was around 400,000. We expect that we might go full electronic. We might expect a full transition to the electronic disclosing system by the end of this year. So we have the discussion about the whistleblowers protection. Yes, right now there is a legislative piece pending before the Romanian Parliament related to the Whistleblower Protection Directive, through which the National Integrity Agency will be designated as a competent authority, and we will be in charge of external reporting channel, also collecting statistics which are related to the whistleblowing cases, but also providing support to whistleblowers and also to the organizations that should build, that have the legal obligation to build their internal reporting channels. And eventually, I want to discuss about an upcoming reform on the integrity legislation. It's a reform assumed through the Romanian Recovery and Resilience Plan. So it's backed up by the Romanian government, by the European Commission. It's a project implemented together with the Ministry of Justice in Romania, but also with the civil society through Transparency International in Romania. So it's a project financed through European funding, through POCA program. The name of the project is NEACT. It stands for New Integrity Act, and started in February this year, and it's scheduled to be finalized in August next year. The project objective is to evaluate and update the Romanian legislation on the integrity framework, but our ultimate goal is to address European Commission rule of law report with regard to the continued challenges to the legal framework for integrity and the need for stability, clarity, and a robust framework. So thank you very much. In case you have any questions, I'll gladly answer right now, or if not, yeah, please.
We have 3
Go
questions,
on.
I see.
Thank you. Can you just tell me, in what period do you look at when you're seeing, is there any, when you are assessing, is there any illicit enrichment? What is the period that you're watching?
Actually, I don't work in the field of inspection of doing that job on my daily basis. I work in the European funds project, but there can be like several year time frame. So, yeah, it can be a very, very long process. Yeah, welcome.
Okay, another question there.
My question is regarding the prevent system. Would you be able to rate if it actually brought any difference into finding and measuring conflict of interest?
Yes, actually, since the prevent system was launched, there was like a real correlation between the number of complaints about conflicts of interest. So there were less warnings regarding potential conflicts of interest that were coming to us from certain persons. So actually, the prevent system functions same as a radar. No, so it prevents, and the number of the afterwards warnings regarding conflict of interest will decrease. So yeah, but the main outcome of the system is the fact that somehow it saved some funds of 300 million euro in total. So if the conflict of interest was consummated, you could not have sell the bridge or what you have built, so to recover the money afterwards, that's the main advantage of the system.
And also one more question regarding whistleblowing.
Yeah.
Because you said in the presentation that ANI is the main designated body for providing support for the whistleblowers. I just want to ask how it's going to provide support for the whistleblowers.
How we are going to provide support for whistleblowing? Currently, the legislative piece is pending before the parliament. After the legislative piece will be done, we will have to bring our contribution in order to create a procedure for that. So we do not have created a procedure yet. We'll create the procedure after the legislative piece will be approved by the parliament.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm asking because in Bulgaria, for example, it's kind of the same issue. Our legislation is currently in parliament, but it was very big discussion while drafting the law, who is going to provide the support for the whistleblowers. And our anti-corruption agency was not seen as the main body that could do that, actually.
Yeah, one kind of support we can address to the whistleblowers is the legal support. Is the main type of support we have in mind. Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Daniel. Misha, you have a question?
Yes, about the prevent system. How do you collect information about close person and family members? Are they collected in the interest declarations? That kind of social network you check against, or
no,
do you have?
Actually, when you go for a public procurement, when you try to buy something, you go to a public procurement process. Yeah. As a contracting authority, I have to comply and to fill in an integrity warning. And the integrity warning, it goes up in the system, and the system is interconnected with several databases from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and so on and so forth. So it's an automatic verification procedure.
Thank you all. If we don't have any more questions, we don't have online.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. And thank you for noting the importance of use of the ICT and especially these online platforms in the prevention of corruption. Yeah. I think we can move now to our last presentation of our panel. Our colleague from Montenegro, Nina Sekulovic, will join us online. She's a senior advisor, section for cooperation standards and public relations, Agency for Prevention of Corruption from Montenegro. Nina, can you hear us? Nina, you're muted, I think.
Good afternoon from Montenegro. Can you see me, hear me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Thank you. So hello again from Montenegro. First, I want to apologize and express how sorry I am that I'm not able to attend Policy Forum in person and be here with you in Zagreb. However, I'm still honored and grateful to even like this big part of the panel. And I really appreciate the opportunity to present you experiences and good practices of Agency for Prevention of Corruption of Montenegro and try to find together with you best anti-corruption solutions. So I have a PowerPoint presentation and just I will share it with you. Okay, so I will just start with a brief overview of competencies of the agency. Agency has been established in 2016 as an independent centralized anti-corruption institution and is covering various legal competencies as prescribed by three main anti-corruption Montenegrin laws, and those are law on prevention of corruption, law on financing of political entities and election campaigns, and law on lobbying. And as you can see here, there are many competencies such as prevention of conflict of interest, controlling restrictions in the exercise of public function, giving opinions. So the second one, a bit long, it connects to whistleblower reporting mechanism and whistleblower protection, how it is prescribed in the law on prevention of corruption. Then as well, verification of income of public officials and the reports on income and assets that they are obliged to send annually to the agency. And then agency does the verification, then monitoring the adoption and implementation of integrity plans, which is one very important preventive mechanism that I will talk about later. And then we have also implementing measures of control of financing of political entities and election campaigns. And there are many others, such as, for example, monitoring the lobbying regulations, then as well corruption proofing of legislation. Then we also do educational research and other anti-corruption preventive activities and other tasks that are performed that are prescribed by the law. Now I will focus, as you know, that the Southeastern Europe good governance report focuses on these two sectors, public procurements and energy sector. So here are the competencies that are related, competencies of the agency that are related to these two sectors. So to the competencies of prevention of conflict of interest and controlling restrictions in the exercise of public function, then through verification of income and assets, also through whistleblowing mechanisms and monitoring the adoption and implementation of integrity plan. These are the ways where agency can control and find violations or irregularities in these two areas. For example, through integrity plan, agency identifies corruption risks for all state authorities, so they're all obliged to adopt and implement integrity plans. And then also through prevention of conflict of interest, and also through controlling conflict of interest and verification of their income. It can control public officials as those who are exercising their function as well in these two sectors. And then also through whistleblowing mechanism, as anyone can report whistleblower, anyone can be a whistleblower and report report to the agency some irregularities, and those can be also in energy sector and public procurements, and we had those cases, and I will talk later about how many reports we had in these areas. So also in general, APC's competencies combine educational activities, so trainings for various target groups. For example, we had for students, for public officials, civil servants. Of course, it includes as well penal policy, misdemeanor and administrative proceedings, and in cases where, for example, agencies employees find some elements of criminal acts, they will forward these cases to competent prosecutors' offices. So as you can see that both of them have an outreach for these two sectors that are covered in the report. And so here, I will focus now on this concrete competence, prevention of conflict of interest and restrictions in exercising public functions. So just to explain that, for example, when a public official is in doubt whether he is in a conflict of interest, for example, he has been just appointed in a new position and he is not aware whether this position is incompatible with one that he's performing. For example, prescribed by law on prevention, he can do some educational, cultural, artistic, scientific activities, but he cannot be president or member of management or supervisory body or executive director and so on. So when he's in doubt, he will request the agency to issue an opinion about his situation. And so far, as you can see on this graph, we had in the last year, we had 186 of these opinions. So it is the highest number so far annually. And it's about 37.8% more than the previous year, and it's the highest through the previous years altogether. And then down you can see the number of resignations that is lower. And last year in 2021 was 26 resignations, and here the structure of the people who resign. And this all suggests that they are acting more responsibly and that they are acting in accordance with the law, as they are requesting the agency to issue an opinion. And as you can see that also the number of resignation is lowering, so it shows that they are acting as prescribed by the law on prevention of corruption. So here, structure are councillors, executive directors, members of various bodies, and so on. I won't read because I'm limited with time. So on the next slide, as I mentioned, there are some examples of irregularities that we identified in these two sectors. Energy sector, first we're going to talk about procurements. So there is one case that is also in the report, good governance report, about this person, so public official Mr. Joe Firotovic, who exercised these two incompatible functions. So he was exercising the position of the president of the board of directors of the electrical power company Montenegro, and also a member of the board of directors of Prva Banka. And so the agency got the report, and she reacted upon this report, and after this, Mr. Firotovic had to resign, as it was found that he violated these articles 12 and 13 of the law on prevention of corruption. And then there is a similar case from the previous year about also a public official who was exercising this function in the same power company energy sector. And also it's similar, as he prescribed, as he was exercising the second function that was incompatible with the first one. So as the agency issued an opinion about incompatibility, about violations, Article 11 of the law, then he had to resign from the second position, so he was exercising the first one member of the board of directors, and then the other as executive director and authorized representative in the same company. So now I will be moving on the second competence, very important competence of the agency, whistleblower reports, as we also here recognize certain irregularities through whistleblower reports. So this number, 460, is in total how many reports how many reports were submitted to the agency since its establishment, so since 2016 until last year altogether, and these 31 or 6% are those that are referring to public procurements, and you can see they are more related to public rather than private sector. I'm just trying to move this so I can read from the slide. Okay, in 19 of these reports, engagement in public interest was found, and also APC acted in 22 cases where were positively completed, which means that violations were found, and while other competent authorities acted in 9 and 2 were positively completed, that means that in 2 violations were found. So when it comes to the energy sector, so this was for public procurement, now for energy sector, so altogether there have been 18 reports, and as you can see here what happened to these reports. In 7 cases the prosecutor's office were competent, but no criminal charges were found, they were rejected, or it was not assessed that there are elements for conducting criminal proceedings. Then in one case, the agency identified irregularities. It was in public procurement area, and then in 6 there were no irregularities, while 4 are ongoing. And just recently, we had one request for whistleblower protection, which is in progress. But as you can understand, this topic is very sensitive regarding the identity of whistleblower and the content of the report. So these proceedings are conducted in accordance with the law governing the confidentiality of data. So this is why we cannot go into details about these cases. So now, as I mentioned, this is one very important preventive mechanism, monitoring the adoption and implementation of integrity plan that also agency does. And what is integrity plan? So it's an instrument by which authorities assess work positions and jobs for risk of corruption, so how prone they are to corruption or other unethical and professional behavior, and they plan measures how to address those identified risks. Also, the second year, they do the assessment of efficiency and effectiveness of these integrity plans, and they do this by filling in a questionnaire that is prepared by the agency, and then they submit it to the agency, and afterwards the agency does this very long, substantial report about all these integrity plans that were submitted, and it especially analyzes those certain areas that are most prone to corruption, including public procurements, and you can see down, these are the most common risks in this area that were found, such as insufficient transparency of public procurement, illegal influence on the planning and implementation of public procurement, the possibility of giving preference to certain companies through biased scoring of incoming bids due to friendly and kinship ties, such as clientelism, nepotism, cronyism. I won't read all of them, but you can see here, and also to mention that this mechanism is much praised also in the OECD competitiveness report, where Montenegro got the highest score in all indicators regarding anti-corruption, but especially in this field of integrity plans, as it got the score of 4.5, emphasizing that Montenegro has the most advanced system of support and monitoring the implementation of integrity plans. So we can just say that these recommendations that the agency is giving to state authorities that are all obliged to adopt and implement this integrity plan, that they are implementing those recommendations, and now we have 4 generations of integrity plans, and we can see that they are improving. So I'll go on the next slide. This is a very important topic for agency because we are trying to always work on improving the transparency of our work and the accountability and include other actors, especially the civil sector. And we have intensified it last year and deepened this cooperation. Especially last year we had elections, local elections in various municipalities, we had it also this year. And so we have this practice, like last year we had 10 meetings, periodic meetings with representatives of NGOs. You can see here which one, Center for Democratic Transition, Center for Monitoring and Research, Center for Civil Liberties, Civil Alliance, and Institute Alternativa. So the focus was how to improve legislative framework and also the monitoring of the election process. So the pictures from the meeting are here, and also last year we had an open day for NGOs, where we introduced them with a part of the European Commission working document and situation in chapter 23 and 24, and also with the key results of the agency achieved, and also representatives of the same NGOs were present. Then a very important project also to mention, 3-year project from 2017 to 2020, called Your Voice Be Heard, that agency conducted together with the NGO Center for Development of Non-Governmental Organizations. And the focus of this project was on educating people who were in charge for whistleblower reports. And so it included 29 trainings and educated over 370 participants. So they were educated about procedures, legislative framework, then how this whistleblower protection works, and so on. And also this year, our director, Ms. Seldi.net, she also participated in the regional forum, you're probably aware, Fight Against Corruption, Western Balkans and Focus. So we will, of course, continue with this intensifying the cooperation with the civil sector. And I will finish here with my presentation, and I hope it was informative. And I just want to thank the organizer and thank everyone for participating in this forum. As only through joint forces we can create substantial progress. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nina, for your participation and for all these extensive informations. Do we have any questions for Nina from here? As I see online, there are no questions. Maybe we can conclude with this presentation for our panel too. We had lots of topics here from anti-corruption, different anti-corruption approaches, monitoring and assessing, different ways of monitoring and assessing corruption, whistleblowers, how the CSOs could contribute to the corruption prevention, etc. But also we addressed some broader topics of anti-corruption and good governance. Thank you all for participating and listening. I'm seeing that you're craving for coffee. So we can have a 20 minutes break for coffee. And also online attendees, I hope you'll have your break too. Online coffee.
Thank you. Have a good continuation.
Thank you.
Government cooperation or public-private cooperation, if you will. Before we start, I would just ask you to, if you haven't done so already, to fill out the evaluation forms and put them at the front desk after the close of this session. My name is Misha Popovic. I'm a senior researcher at the Institute for Democracy in Skopje and the head of the Good Governance program there. The last panel is actually devoted to an important topic as well, given that CSOs are playing an important part in anti-corruption. They can be partners to government in two capacities. One are watchdog, as watchdog organizations, and the other is to advise the government on policy, technologies, toolkits, and so on. In some of the Western Balkan countries in particular, civil society is the main repository of capacity, especially on policy development and analytics. So it's an important partner in sustaining continuous anti-corruption achievement given society decides to move in that direction. Together with me on this panel are several speakers who will reflect on this topic. Starting with Mr. Konstantin Palicarsky, who is a regional advisor on anti-corruption and the head of the UNODC program office in Serbia. Konstantin, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, please allow me to start by thanking the organizers of this very interesting event for inviting UNODC and me personally to participate and to share with you some of our experience on our anti-corruption work, on how the civil society could, or how the society could be encouraged to participate more actively in the fight against corruption. I would like to start with sort of a typical two-sentence presentation of UNODC, because I don't think that all of you know about us. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime is a part of the UN Secretariat, and we are the UN agency which is the guardian of the UN Convention Against Corruption, the sole global anti-corruption, binding anti-corruption legal instrument with already 189 states parties. Of course, Croatia is one of them. The UN Convention Against Corruption has a unique implementation review mechanism. And unique not because there are no other international legal instruments with the review mechanism, it's a unique because there are no other global binding instruments with the review mechanism, particularly not in the area of anti-corruption. All the others are regional, like GRECO for the Council of Europe conventions, or the mechanism for the review of the Convention of the Organization of American States. The interesting thing about this mechanism is that it is a peer review mechanism, a mechanism where certain two states parties are reviewing a third state party. It is a non-intrusive mechanism, it's a non-prescriptive mechanism, it's a mechanism which includes no ranking. Its main goal is to identify together with the given country, the state party under review, certain areas that could be improved in the implementation of the UN Convention Against Corruption. That includes improving the prevention of corruption, or improving the law enforcement, fight against corruption, international cooperation against corruption, or asset recovery. And here's where the civil society comes into the picture. We always encourage, and so far the vast majority of the states parties that have been reviewed have accepted that the civil society should be a part of this process. It's quite an achievement, actually, because it's an intergovernmental process, and it's a very rare, I should say, occasion where non-governmental organizations become officially a part of an intergovernmental process. Article 14 of the UN Convention Against Corruption directly calls for the states parties to promote participation of society in the prevention of and fight against corruption. The formulation is promote the participation of individuals and groups outside the public sector, such as civil society, non-governmental organizations. The text of Article 14 is a solid legal base on which we could step to call for an more active participation of society in the fight against corruption. It's something that, of course, we also support through projects. My colleague, Desislava Gockova, will speak a little bit later more about a joint project that we have with the Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative, which is directly related to supporting the more effective participation of the society in the implementation review process and in the follow-up of the implementation review process, in the process of actually implementing the recommendations that were formulated in the course of the review. Those aspects of our work may seem technical, but they're actually quite important. Unlike here, in our part of the world where we are now, the fact that the governments cooperate with the civil society is not seen as something extraordinary. We sort of have that as already an established practice, a routine. However, there are many other places around the world where this is not the case. And the ability of showing in a non-politicized way, non-ideological way, that the participation of society in the fight against corruption actually has a legal ground, that there is an international legal instrument which prescribes it, provides a very effective entry point for the civil society to assist this process. How could that happen? I'm sure that my colleagues here will speak a lot about their experiences in promoting participation of society in the anti-corruption work. I would like to underline just one thing. It's very important, of course, that we have watchdogs and we have whistleblowers. But it's even more important, arguably, to have support to the efforts of the government to actually implement the anti-corruption strategies that are being adopted and implemented in practically all of the countries around the world. Why is that so? For one very simple reason. Without support from the people, without support from the society, when facing criticism only, every government will fail, with no exception. I mean, particularly if it is a government that relies on public support. Without public trust in institutions, it would be impossible to achieve our developmental objectives. Public trust is a prerequisite for effectiveness. Working together is a solid ground for building public trust. I know that there's also the aspect of monitoring. There's also the aspect of the civil society observing the processes and showing the government and showing the people of the country the shortcomings in the implementation of the strategy or corruption problems, specific corruption problems. This is okay. They should continue. But and I would like to finish my intervention with that statement. Without trust, we will fail. Working together is what potentially could lead us to success. In that, UNODC would be very happy to continue supporting both the civil society and the governments in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Konstantin, and thank you for being on time, exactly on time, so thank you for that. Does someone from the audience, whether here or online, has any question? If those who are following us online can put them on the Q&A part, but does anyone has any question for our speaker? Please.
Thank you. My name is Nora Miss and I work for the Secretariat for the EA and Norway grants. Thank you for an interesting presentation. I have one question because you mentioned briefly that you don't have a ranking. Could you say something more about why? Is this a well thought decision to not have a ranking? Are there any pros and cons about having a ranking and not having a ranking? Thank you.
Thank you. A very important question, actually. Thank you for asking it. It's a well-thought decision. And it's a well-thought decision of all the 189 states parties that actually are a part of all this process. Because it's a process, it's not just a convention. There's also the Conference of the States Parties that meets every 2 years. There's subsidiary bodies to that conference. We regularly report on the implementation of the progress. The reason for that is fairly simple. Ranking automatically assumes that someone is doing better than the others. But that may have only one meaningful practical, that such a ranking may serve only one meaningful practical purpose. To create a competition. Because rankings are about competitions. We usually do a ranking when we compete, right? And the fight against corruption is actually not a competition. It's about identifying problems, and the fight against corruption is something really dynamic. A problem that we have in the moment, we may solve it today, and then that would not be reflected in the ranking that you have created, for example, 5 years ago. And you would still be branded as having the problem, even though the problem is solved. On the other hand, today you may have no problems and rank, if there was a ranking, high, and tomorrow something bad happens, and then you do have a problem, and this is still not reflected in the ranking. So the ranking is not only counterproductive in terms of creating this sometimes unhealthy spirit of competition, but it's also simply misleading, because it doesn't tell you anything. You don't really know. What do you say if I say that, for example, and I just invent that, Croatia is 32nd in the fight against corruption? What does that tell you? Is that good? Is that bad? Where are the problems? Would it be better if it is 31 or 33? It's just a number. It's much more important to identify problems, to solve these problems, to identify the problems regularly, to solve them regularly, and to always know that the criminals will be coming up with new ways to steal money, and that we will be finding new ways to stop them from doing it.
Wouldn't ranking serve you and better?
Sorry?
Than the others. Wouldn't, if the ranking was installed, wouldn't it serve the UN better than as a tool?
But we don't have a ranking, so it's sort of a moot question. Theoretically, the existence of a ranking could stimulate useful competition, but this is only a theory. And we know that there are, and I will not name it, but there are systems around the world where rankings of corrupt countries come out regularly. And honestly, I don't think that the existence of this ranking have created anything much different from a media hype at a particular date of the year when the ranking comes out. The ranking is important when you want to do sort of a comparison, but the comparison is possible on things that can be compared. And when you say corruption, what do you compare? It's a very general concept. How can you compare corruption in Bulgaria and in Papua New Guinea? These are completely different phenomena, like in terms of what happens.
Can that influence the approach of the UN agencies to such places?
The approach is always the same. We try to identify specific problems. We respond to the requests from the government to address specific problems, and we are prohibited, expressly prohibited, from the terms of reference of the implementation review mechanism to create any sort of ranking.
Thank you, Konstantin. I agree with you that ranking is not necessarily the best vehicle, particularly when there is no firm evidence of gamification. But let's move on to the next speaker. And I have a general question coming out from your intervention for all speakers at the end. So next is Ms. Desislava Gockova, who is the head of Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative. Please, Ms. Gockova.
Thank you. I have a presentation, so how it goes to... Okay, great, fantastic. Dear colleagues, first I would like to thank the organizers as well for inviting me to the Policy Forum and for providing me with the opportunity to discuss with our distinguished panelists the cooperation between government and civil society, and also to present some of our activities. And since the topic of the Policy Forum is focused on innovation, I'll try to present some of our most current activities and which we consider as innovative. Before I start, I would like also to acknowledge RAI long-standing and excellent cooperation with Seldi Network, and to reconfirm our commitment to the project. Oops. So now let's sit down. As a regional intergovernmental organization with a clear anti-corruption mandate, prompting and facilitating regional cooperation is at the core of our activities. RAI, for those who don't know, which I really doubt that there is anybody, RAI members are all Western Balkan countries, as well as Bulgaria, Croatia, Romania, and Moldova. Poland, Georgia are observers to the, and Slovenia are observers to the organization. RAI's strategic objectives are focused towards strengthening the Southeastern Europe systems in preventing corruption, increasing transparency, building resilience to corruption as a multi-stakeholder response, which includes private sector and civil society, improving whistleblowing and conflict of interest policies, involving youth in anti-corruption agenda, and strengthening regional cooperation in field of asset recovery. We do implement our strategic objectives through implementing different projects. RAI is blending government, civil society, and private sector focused approaches to the projects, combining the top-down and bottom-up pressure for anti-corruption reform in the Southeastern Europe. As Konstantin already mentioned, the approach we are trying to implement is not peer pressure, not peer review in the Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative, but peer support. What we try to do is support the governments, first place, but also the societies in the region in their anti-corruption efforts. In partnership with UNODC, RAI is implementing a 3-year regional project, Southeast Europe Together Against Corruption, funded by the Austrian Development Agency. And we have prepared, I know it's the end of the day, so what we tried is also to have more visuals. We have prepared a short video which presents the main, now let me see.
Corruption impedes social justice and the rule of law, hampering economic growth, undermining democracy, and facilitating organized crime. Corruption impedes social justice and the rule of law, hampering Corruption impedes social justice.
We tried it during the coffee break and it worked. I mean, let's give it another try. Just be patient for a couple of minutes, seconds.
Corruption impedes social justice and the rule of law, hampering economic growth, undermining democracy, and facilitating organized crime. The people of Southeast Europe consider it one of the biggest problems in the region. In response, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, and the Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative launched an anti-corruption program called Southeast Europe Together Against Corruption, also known as CTAC, in 2020. The aim of CTAC is to strengthen the resilience of Southeastern European societies against corruption, with a specific focus on Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Moldova, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Kosovo. In addition to anti-corruption activities, the programme addresses vital, cross-cutting issues of gender equality and social inclusion with a human rights-based approach. This international collaboration is distinguished by its core motto of togetherness. There are now 25 public institutions, 40 private sector entities, and 175 civil society organisations, along with the UNCAC Coalition as a special partner, working cooperatively to implement a broad range of CTAC activities. Among these activities is the first regional in-person workshop on the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which took place in September 2021. This event brought together representatives of civil society, the private sector, and governments in Southeast Europe, alongside experts from the UNCAC Coalition and the Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative. During the workshop, participants discussed how civil society organisations can be more effectively involved in implementing the Convention. The Convention, in force since 2005, is the first global, legally binding anti-corruption instrument. It requires the states parties to the Convention to address corruption through prevention, criminalisation and law enforcement, international cooperation and asset recovery. Within the Convention, Articles 12 and 13 specifically encourage parties to take concrete measures to involve both the private sector as well as civil society in the global fight against corruption. In line with this, the Convention's peer-based review mechanism, initiated in 2009, along with projects such as CTAC, have opened doors for civil society engagement in the implementation process. In order to bolster the momentum of anti-corruption efforts in the region, UNODC, the Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative, and the Austrian Development Cooperation will continue to support the work of stakeholders through capacity-building workshops, conferences, and other dialogue platforms and tools.
Currently, as an example, just an example of some of our activities, currently RAI is piloting a small grant program on the best anti-corruption public awareness initiatives, which aim to strengthen civil society, public and private partnership, and support CSO's efforts in raising awareness about the implementation of UNCAC. 3 small grants have been awarded to small local CSOs from Albania, Moldova, and North Macedonia, and the implementation of their projects is underway. Most of their projects are focused on working with youth, raising awareness and promoting anti-corruption. In addition, through the Anti-Corruption Champions initiatives, which is implemented by our UNODC partner, UNODC is supporting 4 agents of change from the civil society sector, and more news on the outcomes of these program activities will come soon. So if you're interested, I would encourage you to follow the news. We are very active on LinkedIn and also on our webpage. As presented in the video, a series of tailored trainings and workshops have been organized with the intention of creating a platform for constructive dialogue and exchange of knowledge among government and civil society experts working in the field of anti-corruption and subsequently involvement of cooperation in this regard. What we try to do is, despite of our work in drafting and legislation, for example, the International Treaty on Exchange of Data for Verification of Asset Declarations as an intergovernmental organization, what we try to do is support the governments in implementing the existing legislation, and so that we have a concrete result. As I have already mentioned, another area of work that RI actively supports is enforcing whistleblowing as an anti-corruption tool. Currently, RI Secretariat is implementing another 3-year regional program, Breaking the Silence and Enhancing Whistleblowing Policies and Culture in the Western Balkans and Moldova, which is funded by the European Commission. The overall objective of the program is to contribute to the resilience of societies to corruption by strengthening and promoting whistleblowing mechanism in Western Balkans and Moldova. Today, in a couple of occasions has been mentioned whistleblowing legislation. Recently, we have issued gap analysis on whistleblowing legislation in the Western Balkans and Moldova, which is available in all languages on our webpage. So, in whistleblowing, what we are trying to do is to strengthen national capacities, but also we aim to engage the public and in particular youth in supporting and protecting whistleblowers. In coordination and collaboration with 14 governmental institutions in the region and 21 partners from CSOs, among which the Southeastern European Coalition for Whistleblower Protections, we are implementing a regional public awareness and education program in promoting whistleblowing. As a part of this campaign, last year, RAI has conducted a guerrilla regional campaign, which was awarded the EPAC Award for Most Innovative Anti-Corruption Initiative last year. And here is the other challenge. We have another video too, if you can help me, so that you could, for those who haven't participated, I suppose that some of our
Seven jurisdictions, 7 cities, 1 mutual social issue: corruption. That's why we invited the Sarajevo, Podgorica, Tirana, Pristina, Skopje, Chisinau and Belgrade audience to become aware of this burning problem. We showed them how much money is lost to corruption every day. But we gave them the chance to stop it by whistling for the end and putting them in the perspective of the whistleblowers. Every time they pushed the button, money demolition was stopped for 1 minute and public funds were being saved. More than 137,000 visitors saved more than 8,400,000 euros. Break the silence. Whistle for the end.
So the feedback we have received was very positive, and people from the jurisdictions reacted very positively to the message. And therefore we have been asked by some of our partners to deliver masterclasses to discuss how to design and implement effective public awareness anti-corruption campaigns so that the audience is actively engaged in the campaign. So actually, starting from today, we are implementing 6 master classes which bring together media, CSOs and government representatives from the region to discuss and train them how to conduct anti-corruption awareness campaign. The first masterclass started today in Sarajevo, and in 2 days we are going to be in Belgrade. My colleagues just sent me a message that we've also received quite positive feedback, especially from media. To conclude, RAI acknowledges the importance of collaboration between different partners. Corruption is a complex phenomenon which requires comprehensive and multidisciplinary response, and I suppose you all agree. This means that to be successful, we need to build alliances and work together. RAI Secretariat works closely with many partners, from international regional organizations, government institutions, CSOs and media, and we are strongly committed to continue to work and find new mechanisms new and effective mechanisms to fight corruption and promote the rule of law in the region. I think I've already had my time, especially with the technical delays, but if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Are there any questions from the audience?
Or it was crystal clear presentation.
Oh, I have a question.
Fantastic.
You mentioned the campaign that you did about the whistleblowing. Was there any follow-up use from the governments in order to motivate whistleblowing and use the materials developed during?
Actually, yes, the master classes were not initially envisaged in the project, but since we have received many requests, both from civil society organizations, but also some anti-corruption agencies, to support them and to provide them with know-how how to deliver such campaigns, we've decided to design these master classes and actually discuss with them and provide them with the methodology of this specific campaign, but also try to find new ways through discussions, because this is what is intriguing, to find new ways to bring the message. Also, within this project, we have developed a social experiment, and we are in a process of developing short documentary with prominent whistleblowers from the region. And we plan to provide all these materials to our colleagues who want to further work in this regard. Youth. Yes, we work with youth, and this is also a new area for RAI that we just have started. We collaborate with the European Youth Parliaments and European Youth Ambassadors by organizing European Youth Parliaments in each 6 Western Balkan jurisdictions. Next one being in Niš in July, where we discuss on a specific topic of whistleblowing, and we also present some of our materials, which are actually very well received by the youth organizations. And this actually prompted us to sign a memorandum of understanding, and we hope that we soon will develop a project together with the Regional Youth Cooperation Organization.
Thank you. We should move on to the. Did you want to ask a question now? Okay, yeah.
Just a short question. Do you have some kind of estimation of the effectiveness of awareness-raising campaign? And if yes, how do you make it?
Well, this is a short question, and I'll try to give a short answer. We didn't aim for developing a methodology. I also would say that this is quite of a tricky area. Nevertheless, we have an estimate to the reach out of our campaign, which was also covered by social media, not only the classical newspapers and media. But also YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. There are some numbers. I didn't bring them, but if you're interested, they are also, I think, available on our webpage, or I can present them to you. For me, and this is, I'm not going to go into much details, but what I would say is that based on this campaign, we at RAI, started to receive some signals, reports, which we, of course, cannot deal with, but we forward to the competent authorities, which I think is a direct, illustration that there is result. I wouldn't say that these are hundreds, I would be honest, but it's tens.
Thank you, Desislava. Now I will give the floor to Andrei Maksut. He is a senior researcher at the Romanian Academic Society. Andrei, the floor is yours for the presentation.
Thank you. I have only a handful of slides. I'll try not to bore you with too many details about, thank you. Excellent. So, most of the time, when we talk about corruption, we discuss national level data and do cross-country comparisons. However, as was previously mentioned, you cannot compare corruption in Bulgaria to that in Papua New Guinea because they are different phenomena. I would argue the same applies for corruption in different areas of the country, of the same country. We're going to look at a few findings from a case study on the IT sector in Romania. There are two reasons why we picked the IT sector. One of them I'll disclose now, the other more towards the end. The first reason is because according to national data, just for full disclosure, this is from official public procurement registry data and includes over 10,000 IT contracts over the interval mentioned. The first reason that we looked at IT data is because there is a very strong national bias in IT procurement, meaning that some of the big tech giants from the industry, like a Microsoft or IBM, they have very, very few contracts in Romania, which is quite surprising for us on the one hand. In fact, almost 90% of companies that win IT contracts in Romania are domestic, and this is an even larger share than we see in construction, which is another area where which has been extensively documented and that we refer to. The reason that this is the case, I would argue, is because there's a very high threshold of entry on the Romanian market, especially in the IT sector, for reasons that will be disclosed a bit later. However, the second characteristic that has us looking at IT is that there is a very high market concentration. If you're into specifics, the national average of the Hirschman-Heifendal index is over 5,000. Normally, in a fully competitive economy, this would be less than 1,500. And in a semi-competitive environment, it would be around 2,500. So the market itself is highly concentrated. There is a strong national bias, and this is in spite progress that has been made in the IT sector, especially in the private sphere, over the last 10, 20 years. Out of the entire sector, the entire Romanian GDP, IT accounts for, I think, close to 20%, or it will be close to 20% in the coming years, considering current levels of development, which is why it is surprising to me that fewer than 10% of all IT companies in Romania actually win bids. We're talking about around 1,700 companies of a total of over 17,000 domestic companies that are active in Romania. Less than 10% of these actually win in procurement bids. And most of the companies that do win through single bidding. As we see, this is the national average. 57% of contracts in the IT sector are won through single bidding. So the environment, the picture that I've painted now of the of the procurement in IT in Romania, we're talking about IT systems like digital registers, digital management systems, especially for public institutions, digital libraries, everything that involves moving activity from paper-based to online is done through procurement in the IT sector, including services that are meant to help with controlling corruption. All of these things are implemented through the IT sector, and as we see from this data, the entire sector itself is, I would argue, prone to corruption practices itself. So what can we say about county level data? This is a table explaining how most of the, in fact, this is how the breakdown of how all of the money that was spent on IT procurement over the mentioned interval was distributed. Notice on the left column, before we continue, this refers to incumbency data of the leaders of counties in Romania. So affiliation of county council presidents divided along two axes. When we notice in the left column that when the party that controlled the county was also in government, a lot more money was spent on IT procurement as opposed to when the party was in opposition at national level. And we also see a second trend, which is that party strongholds spend a lot more money. And I would argue that they receive a lot more of the government discretionary funds than counties where elections are more competitive and where there's routine power turnover. This is relevant for policy making and for anti-corruption efforts because it allows anti-corruption agencies and institutions to better focus their efforts. You know where you should be looking. In this case, you should be looking more at counties where the same party has been in power for at least 3 consecutive electoral cycles, because this is where more money goes, this is where spending is larger, and as we see, this is where political corruption is most likely to happen. This is the first breakdown of spending. Other data that you might be interested in, this is the total number of IT contracts spent by county authorities. So this does not include local level authorities or national level authorities. This is strictly at county level. And we have this rather interesting table about how that money was distributed over time. You see the first you see the 3 electoral cycles covered in the interval that we're discussing. Single bidding share of total IT expenditure, I'd like to point you to the second period, the third column, between 2012-2016. We notice that there have been 30% of money went to that was spent on IT procurement went to single bidding. So this is the interval of time with the best performance. However, if you look at the total number of winning companies, you see that more competition for bids did not necessarily change the winners. Fewer companies won, despite the fact that this is the period of time that has been most competitive in the IT sector. You also notice that more money was also spent. So the most money went to the fewest companies in this interval. Compare this to the third period covered, 2016 to 2020, when much less money was spent, but the share of single bidding was much higher. We noticed that almost 2/3 of the money that was spent went on single bidding. This tells us that the type of corruption that we notice between these 2 intervals of 2012-2016 and later 2016-2020, which coincides to 2 electoral cycles, the type of corruption was different, but I would argue that it was not necessarily any better in either one. Therefore, we notice that the changes don't necessarily translate to more integrity, even though if you look at only one of these indicators out of context, you might get a different perception. overall, we see that only 243 companies have ever won IT procurement bids in the interval mentioned. Who are these companies? This is a graph showing all of the companies in the database that have won at least 10 IT contracts throughout the interval. Out of the 700 something contracts, we noticed that 136 went to one single company. So that's over 17% of all contracts that were awarded in the IT sector were awarded to one company. I did some research on this, and apparently the respective company handles the IT system in county hospitals. So they're the ones that have to connect all of these systems together, and this might be an explanation why, but I would argue it's not the only one. A lot of things can be said about this graph. Due to time constraints, I'll only settle on 2 points. I'd like to draw your attention to CS Vision, which is there with 15 contracts. CS Vision is a company that has been often linked to the county council president in Brașov throughout the interval. His ties have been well documented by the press. All of these, 14 of these 15 contracts were won in that respective county, and the only one that was won in a neighboring county, also a stronghold of the same party, the National Liberals, happened to be the most competitive one. It received 6 bids, whereas on average, the others in Brașov received less than 2. The second company that I'll draw your attention to is in the very end of the interval, Soft of Art, who won all of 10 of its contracts in Constanța County, another stronghold this time for the Social Democratic Party, and all of them were won through single bidding, every single one. So Soft of Art, despite being one of the companies that has won most contracts in IT procurement, never actually won a competitive bid, not once. And they're not the only ones. This is a table of all of the companies in Romania that have never won a competitive bid despite signing at least 3 contracts with county authorities. You'll notice that some of them are highlighted. There are 2 patterns that emerge from this table. The companies highlighted with blue share a commonality that all of them have won contracts also at national levels and across multiple counties, whereas the companies highlighted in red have never won a national contract and have only ever signed procurement contracts in the IT sector in one county, usually under the same party. Yes. So what does this tell us? That the fact that some companies only win through single bidding, only win in one county, only win under one party. Is it possible to draw some conclusions regarding a general model of corruption? I would argue that yes. Based on what we've seen thus far, corruption in Romania, at least, can be described as insular and layered. Insular refers to the fact that companies that win in one county don't usually win in others, especially if they're politically connected. Their political connection determines the territorial extent of their reach. This is somewhat, yes, thank you. This is somewhat similar to the behavior we see in mafia organizations, where each capo, each family controls a certain territory and extracts rent from there without encroaching upon the territory of another mafia boss. Similarly here, companies do not encroach upon the territories of another local boss. And I'd like to give an example of this that was not covered in the presentation but is well known in Romania. There is a company called ASE Soft who only won contracts at national level and in Prahova County. These are the only places where it's won contracts. It was owned by a famous individual in Romania, Sebastian Ghiță, who later was elected into parliament and became well known to the Romanian public for corruption deeds for which he was convicted. He fled to Serbia and asked for political asylum there. The experience of Asesoft tells you that corruption is not only insular as mentioned, but also layered, which means that every layer relies on political connection at that layer. In order to gain access to money from a superior layer, for example, from county level to national level, your political connection also needs to migrate to that level, either through election in office or through promotion or appointment into government positions. The second characteristic that I'd point out to is a new kind of capture. Usually when we think about state capture, we think about politicians and their interests and their control over public funds. However, and this is the second reason that we picked IT, which I said I disclosed now, the new kind of capture does not necessarily rely upon political compliance. In fact, it can be done against the wishes of the politicians. And this is a little table. I'm almost done anyway. There's a little table explaining the difference. Notice in the in the second column, the situation that you expect to see if there is no capture or fair procurement. This is what you would expect to see on a free market. Low market concentration, high number of winners, high number of bidders, low share of single bidding, and it would not really be relevant who is in power, either the party or the person. In case of capture by political ties, the situation is the opposite. And in the case of capture by dependence, you see that all indicators are the same except for relevance of incumbency, because it doesn't matter. And this happens because the IT sector is so complex and technical that it is very hard to change IT solutions and systems with a different supplier. Once a supplier has won the initial bid to implement a system, the price of changing it is so high that you're essentially connected for life to that company for any change that you might need. And the dilemma that I would like to leave you with, the question that I'd like to leave you with, is how do we break the cycle? One recommendation on our part would be to vote differently. If one of the problems is that elected officials stay in office for a very long time and that increases the chance that they become corrupt, then competition would encourage not only a change of practice, but it would remove a corrupt network from office and force them to become honest players, holding the new establishment accountable. It's essentially using the corrupt against the corrupt. If there are any questions, I would be more than happy to discuss it with you.
Thank you, Andrei. But we will move now to our last speaker for today, Ms. Jelena Budak, who is the Senior Research Fellow and Assistant Director at the Institute for Economics Zagreb. Mr. Vukovic, for private reasons, cancelled his participation.
Thank you.
And we will deal with the questions I have reserved for Andrei later.
But then I'll say that later. It's all true what you're saying, but there are also possible different explanations.
I'm very happy to hear them.
Super. Thank you, Misha. Thank to the organizers who have invited me, and now I would say something slightly different. I have a chance today to present very, very briefly the research that we made in the Institute of Economics Zagreb last year, and it was our internal grant because well, we got the research idea and found some money to finance its implementation. And the project was led by my colleague Bruno Škrinjarić, and Alison Karaher from Carnegie Europe participated as well. The project was the entirely research project with lots of numbers, figures, analytics, and for all of you who are interested in more details in the analysis, I can provide you later on in my email address with a working paper, so you can get insight in it. The motivation was to explore the relationship between corruption and in times of coronavirus pandemics. Actually, we wanted to see if the government responses to size pandemic outcome pandemics in Europe is effective. Depending on how widespread is corruption in these countries. We have collected lots of data and formed a huge database from various sources, and that enabled us to make the analysis for not only European Union member countries, but for countries in the EU periphery as well. What we assumed, and we knew, but we still want to check, is that the relationship between corruption prevalence and the COVID-19 pandemic might be twofold. First of all, corruption raises in times of crisis because the corrupt rent-seeking increase due to the market distortions, illegal trade, war and other crisis profiteering. We have witnessed the interruption of distribution of medical supplies and disruptions in chains of supplies, low accessibility of health infrastructure, and so on. But on the other side, we thought that maybe huge crises, global crises, such as COVID-19 pandemic was, when it hits, then maybe governments could show that leadership competences, maybe they can build on more legitimacy, maybe they can improve governments and kind of unite their efforts and therefore build trust in public institutions. We also assumed that societies with more prevalent corruption, with poor quality of bureaucracy, with weak social and economic conditions in a country, have a lack of trust in governments, and then we assume that it might that corruption might stand as an institutional obstacle to efficiently cope with pandemics. When the COVID pandemic's outbreak, the vaccines were not available, and first national responses around the world were depending on two sets of different factors. The first, they depended on health system capacity and health infrastructure available to respond to pandemics, and that definitely varied across countries we observed. And also it depends on factors belonging to, I would say, institutional setup, governance, in terms of organizational capacity, political capacity, operational capacity of political leadership, administrative capacity to cope with such a situation. Firstly, we witnessed the non-pharmaceutical measures had been implemented, and the successful implementation of such measures, the lockdowns and social distancing and public health measures and so on, they depended on, the literature showed, on three set of antecedents or factors. The first is the communication capacity to well communicate the need of how to strictly implement these non-pharmaceutical measures. Then it depended on public risk perceptions in a country and also on each individual perceptions of the risk and his or her protective behavioral reasoning and responses. And then sometimes sometimes end or beginning 2021, vaccines became largely available, and it was seen as a powerful tool to suppress pandemics. But however, public responses to vaccination varied, first from high demand and then to the opposite, to some anti-vax movements and so on. All these cutoffs and situations we have we have monitored and analyzed in details per country in our paper, but of course I can't go in details right now. What I can say that we then, for all these variables, we choose a set of indicators and form a huge database, and then applied rather complicated or complex, I would say, modeling by structural equation modeling, SEM, and we got the results that yield the findings that actually we expected, but thanks to the sound analytics, we got the empirical confirmation of our assumptions. So corruption, taking into account the quality of bureaucracy in a country and social and economic condition, is definitely associated with reduced trust in government. That is what we talked today in this panel and what we are all aware. But what we were interested if and how this mechanism works in times of crisis, such as COVID-19 pandemics was. So the low trust in government, coupled with different government COVID-19 pandemic response strategies and some other very specific country group effects, leads to an increase of number of vaccinated people, and in turn it sized a lot the mortality rate and the new cases of coronavirus diseases. That actually lead us to conclude that corruption seriously deteriorates and undermines trust in government, public trust, and trust in the institutions. And through this mechanism, it weakened in all countries the response to pandemic, even for non-pharmaceutical interventions and then for vaccination responses. Our model showed that both type of measures are effective tools to fight pandemics. They decrease the number of new cases, they decrease the number of deaths due to COVID-19, and the effect on the vaccination is larger than the effect on non-pharmaceutical interventions. It also showed that trust in government is crucial for effective public campaigns. In this case, effective vaccination campaigns. But I think that it can be applied for all efforts to and that actually the effect of sizing corruption would yield better results than just focusing on stringency measure and on pharmaceutical measures. So our numbers showed that if you size corruption per certain percent, then you will get more in effects on sound and effective responses to pandemics than actually targeting only vaccination or only lockdown and other policy measures. So our recommendation is, at least for Croatia, I think it is important, and for the region we are having in focus today, is to continue fighting corruption, and especially this would be my message for countries that are not EU members and for the new EU members, because the anti-corruption efforts have very sharply decreased once Croatia successfully joined the European Union. And so we still need these activities, we still need research on this topic, and I just hope that our research will slightly contribute to this as well. Thank you very much for watching, and hopefully I've been in time.
Yes, thank you very much for being on time. And do you have any questions for Ms. Budak? Because if not, I have. So please, yeah.
Thank you for an interesting presentation. I have a question on how you define corruption, since you, or how did you operationalize it, since you also compared this phenomenon in several countries?
Yes, thank you. For corruption perceptions index, or for corruption prevalence index, we have used the PRS group index, and we have applied it it is just a composite index of corruption prevalence, so we use that for all countries. We just took the available index of corruption perceptions, not the Transparency International index. It is built in that, but we use the available data that are the only one. It is methodologically consistent, and we don't have better ones.
Thank you. I think it's an important study. You didn't mention on how many countries did you apply the SEM model?
34.
34. Yeah.
First we did for the whole world, but then we were kind of not very sure how to interpret the results, because in one group or the same results would apply for, let's say, Chile and Thailand, and we are just not comfortable to interpret the findings.
Yeah, and so my question, given that the panel is about cooperation with the government, so did you approach any institution, let's say in Croatia, to advise on this? Because, as you say, this might be usable as a conclusion on several crises, and not necessarily only health crisis. We are living now in a crisis, and it might be useful to the government.
No, we didn't. We published like a commentary on in Croatian language, like a short and more media or public language short review of our findings. And well, we all know here that actually scientific papers, research papers, are not really the point of interest of policymakers. So that's why we need intergovernmental or NGO or international organizations initiatives that would bring together the research and the policy recommendations. And actually that is the good recipe to get to the policymakers.
Thank you. Does anybody has further questions? Okay, so thank you very much. I have a question because we skipped the question session for Andrei. I have a question very similar to this one. And did you approach any institution in Romania, given and having the results? Given that what you presented was an interesting finding, but also requires much more broader reflection on policy, given that the big players like Microsoft, IBM, they created these relatively closed ecosystems that are now being exploited as a business model. So did you approach anyone in the government with these findings?
Thank you. We haven't approached this yet. These findings are part of my PhD thesis, which will be defended sometime in the latter half of the year, autumn or winter. So there's no follow-up specifically for this. It's actually the first time I've presented any of these findings anywhere, so it's a premiere. The model overall that emerges, that of the insular and layered corruption, I'd see that more as an administrative issue rather than as strictly speaking an institutional one. I don't see what kind of changes could be made to procurement in such a way that at least the IT sector could be made more competitive. One option would be, for example, to make everything open source. That might have some security vulnerabilities though, and you have to look at the downsides too. But no, to be brief, no, we haven't approached any institutions regarding this issue yet. I do agree, however, that the ecosystem of IT is likely to be similar in other parts of the world too, because the problems are the same everywhere. Once you've implemented an IT solution, then the people who wrote the code are the best able to change something in the application, which means that if you want for any reason, even that of integrity, to change supplier, the cost would be extremely high, so high that maybe nobody else wants to do it. And the question that I would address to authorities is, how do we mediate the effects of this long term? So how do we combat this capture by dependence? How do we prevent a situation where we are entirely dependent upon a company because we're not sure how long that company is going to operate? And if somebody goes bankrupt but they did your entire digital mainframe, what are you going to do? Who's going to cover the cost of switching or the cost of losing data or any other risk that might occur? That would be the big question.
Yeah, there are jurisdictions which require purchasing the code by default when you procure tailor-made software. Well, we are approaching the end, but I have one dilemma that I wanted to pose to each of you, and that is at several stages today we have heard this issue of trust between different partners, and in this respect between civil society and government. But how to, and this relationship depends on a single fact that there is no kind of visible progress or regress in anti-corruption effort, in terms of when you start cooperating with one government and then you see that there are ups and downs in this respect, and civil society becomes very wary of cooperation. So how do you avoid this investment of legitimacy by civil society in cooperating with governments, although the fact remains that governments really need cooperation with civil society? And this is a dilemma coming from civil society, because we legitimize governments by cooperation, but we also lose legitimacy when things go south. So how to avoid this? Very short, although very difficult question.
I think that nobody knows the definitive answer to that question, but ultimately there are two kinds of trust. One is based on experience. I worked with you before, so I know you can be trusted. This sort of trust, interestingly, works best in corrupt networks, in the mafia circles. I like working with you because on previous occasions we stole something together and you didn't betray me. So this kind of trust is not particularly good for reducing corruption in the society. The other sort of trust is the abstract interpersonal trust, which makes it possible for people to cooperate with each other. Is the kind of trust that you have intrinsically. You go to the doctor and you know that doctor will actually do their best to treat you, even though you maybe have no prior experience with that doctor or with that dentist. You go to the dentist and you know that this dentist will help you and will not just torture you, you know. This sort of abstract interpersonal trust is what makes societies work more effectively together. And when this sort of trust is gone, you actually use corruption. These societies use corruption to replace it. Because I don't trust you that you will give me the license, you being from the government, that I am normally entitled to, I don't have the certainty that you will do it because I don't trust you. I buy this certainty, and the bribe is the price of trust. So essentially, this mechanism it's very difficult to break it. But it seems that historically the only answer to that question has been more interaction in the society, like taking the risk that you may be cheated, taking the risk that someone may betray you, because this is actually one of the definitions of trust. You're taking the risk that someone will do something bad to you, nevertheless. It's hard, because it might work against you. And actually your company may go bankrupt if you do that. This is why so many companies simply play by the rules. That's what we discussed in the morning. If they don't play by the rules, they'll go bankrupt. There's no short-term solution to that. What I can say, and if we work in that direction, if more corrupt officials go to jail, if more corrupt business people go to jail, because it's not just the officials, it's also the business people. If we try to establish a system where people actually receive what they're entitled to, and we've seen fantastic progress on that since the 90s. I think everyone will recognize that now the systems are much more stable in all of the countries in the region. Then eventually the situation gradually may start to improve with the public trust. It was not short, sorry.
Anybody else want to join before I close? Yeah.
It's a bit hard to make a follow-up to this comprehensive answer. What we've noticed in Romania is that there's a difference in, if you will, government paradigm, how institutions relate to the people. because we've had this history of dictatorship in most parts of Eastern and Central Europe, democratic practice has yet to be fully implemented in institutions. What I mean by this, institutions see the citizen as servants of the state rather than themselves as servants of the people. As long as this kind of paradigm prevails, it is very difficult to build a relationship of trust because you're viewing the people that you should be working together with as partners as subordinates or as somehow subject to you, as on a lesser step, if you will. What we've been attempting to do to bridge this gap is selecting who to cooperate with, advancing, if you will, down the path of least resistance. In our case, the paradigm of think globally, act locally has worked. Local institutions, mayors, for example, who have direct contact with the people and who understand that they need to give something back and be in service of the people in order to be reelected, they have been more open in many cases to cooperating with NGOs and civil society in general than central authorities, who generally don't need to do this. The reason they've been more open to cooperation is because they lack certain kind of expertise or certain kind of knowledge that NGOs can provide, and for much cheaper than they could get otherwise, for example, if they hire consultants or go to the private sphere. Such help that you provide through partnerships helps to serve as a positive example. You say, oh, look, we've worked well with local authorities, why couldn't we work well with central authorities? Again, it's a gradual process, but it's something that has, in our case, given positive results.
Thank you. Anybody else wants to join?
Probably I'll just very shortly try to summarize what Konstantin and Andrea has already said. From the right perspective, as a regional organization, what we try to do is building trust. That's what we try. We try to invest in building trust. We know that it's a constant process. That's why we bring together different actors and we try to support each other, try to find together good results, because fighting corruption is a lonely sometimes, especially in your own country, in your institution. It could be quite of a lonely activity. So bringing people together who are like-minded and supporting them, showing good examples is also a way to build trust between the different players. I personally have both civil society background. I've started working for non-governmental sector, then moved to the governmental, worked for international institutions. Also, I have a law enforcement background. And I have to say that just together we can make a difference, and supporting each other, that is for me the key.
Thank you. This is Slava. Okay, so I should wrap up. I think that the key takeaway is this idea of there is no other alternative than risking in cooperating between CSOs and governments. Sometimes we will win, sometimes we will lose, but the other way actually locks you up and prevents you to succeed. And I really think that I agree that politicians with local government experience can be a really important paradigm shift if they succeed in national politics, because the change happens there in terms of policy. Thank you very much for this interesting panel. we went a little bit over time, but I think it was worth it. So thank you very much, and thank you for today, actually. So